Hey Cam, what's going on, buddy? Like, I'm actually going to be working on it tonight. Hey, Spencer's Food Service, what's going on? Glad you could make it. Yeah, we're going to be doing some work on the Blazer tonight, and I'm going to have Terrence, my buddy from Ohio, um, running the show here, reading comments and giving shout outs to people and reading all that good stuff. So, we're doing good, Spencer. How about you? Oh, Puppetron in the house. What's going on? Finally caught up on all your work, huh? I'm getting ready to start work again. We're going to be working on the old Blazer tonight live. So it's not for children. Awesome, Cam. Where are you from? Spencer's Food Reviews? Oh, I thought I said services. I'm sorry. It's Spencer's Food Reviews. Leighton Welding, back in the hizzy. What's up? Yeah, we're going to go on at 7, but out in Colorado. Ooh, you guys got any snow out there yet? Matter of fact, while I'm thinking about it, I got to cook some supper. Oh, we got Mr. Terrence in the house.
What's happening?
What's going on, man?
Same shit, same toilet.
Same shit or different day, huh?
Yep.
Look
How
what I
about
got today.
Nice.
Oh shit! You can't prepare. Michigan Quad and Trails in the house. What's going on? Yeah, I was gonna go on at 7, but I got everything all done up, and I was just pacing in the house. So I said, "Hell with it! I'm going back out in the shop." Never hurt to start early. We'll get Terrence set up here, and
Yeah, it's gonna take me a second to get situated. I gotta put stuff in the refrigerator and I'll be right back. All right.
now we got the wood stove out here kicking. Two mo trannies or the transfer case, two complete line jobs, replace 16 injectors, four brake jobs. Damn tired, so I'm going to kick back and watch you all. Awesome. Gonna watch me suffer finishing this shit up, huh? I'm about to try and do some grinding. I'm gonna cut them ears off, get everything mocked up so I can get this damn thing on the ground and get it away from the wall and get them heads bolted on. I can take it down there anytime. He's just waiting on me to finish up my end of the bargain here. I mean, he didn't tell me I had to do all this shit, but um, I might as well. At least I'll know what's done to the vehicle, and uh, I can't blame anybody else if the brakes fail and I crash into the end of the track. But I figured I'd sit here and bullshit with you, have my beer, and and picked up a load of wood today. I got what's a full cord to you? 4 foot tall by 4 foot long? Terrence?
What's that?
I said, what's a full cord of wood to you? 4 foot tall by 4 foot long?
About that, yeah.
Well, I got almost a full cord of wood for $20.
Can't complain on that.
Oh, Papa Tron, quit it. Always good for a laugh. Man, I tell you what, a couple days ago when I did that video, I was ready to fucking shove this son of a bitch outside and put a for sale sign on it. I mean, everything I've touched on this truck is nothing but a pain in my ass.
And like I told you
earlier,
like,
do it.
Like I told you earlier, I felt the same way about that Monte Carlo when I first got it. I couldn't fucking figure out nothing on that car. I was like, it has to have fuel, spark, and air. What else does it need? It's not fucking firing. It's not fucking working. It's just running like dog ass. Finally, I said, you know what? I'm going to walk away from it. I actually walked away from it for a couple months and came back to it. And as soon as I came back to it, boom, that was it. Fired right up.
I just didn't understand how they said that they could drive this, it was in a running, driving drag truck when the pads don't go over the ears. And you can't just, I guess you could slide the pad up, from the back side of the rotor, but you ain't going to have that clip that clips into the, the caliper. But I guess the pins hold it in anyway, but there's no way in hell they could have put them pads on this truck. Think, what am I doing wrong? You know what I mean? But I was doing nothing wrong. It's just, and you can't go to the pads that have no ears on them because the spread is different on the caliper. So I think this pissed me off. And that's one part of the truck that I really don't want to cobble together is the brakes. You know what I mean? You got to have good brakes.
Well, fuck. No wonder why my phone's acting stupid. There's 49 tabs open. There's 49 tabs open on this phone.
Oh, no shit. I wonder if running slow on.
I could charge this phone and it charges quick to 100%. I'd say like in an hour or two, it'd go from 15% to 100%. And I'm sitting here messing with this because it was acting weird. So I clicked on the tabs, and there's 49 tabs open. So
wow, that's a lot of tabs.
14 of them for Streamlab.
I gotta go dig out this grinder right quick.
Chat, bear with me for just a second. I'm deleting all this stuff on here. I got the chat open on YouTube. There we go. Yeah, and Papatron, us bigger guys, us rotund guys, we're more jolly than others. So that's why we get to laugh a lot more. So, what I was also doing over when I dropped that Corvette wheel off was taking pictures of my Elko to send to my buddy. I'm selling the El Camino. What's up, Lexi?
That wood stove is kicking ass. Hey, Lexi. All right, Terrence, hold down the fort, buddy.
I'll make you proud. Yeah, I was taking pictures. I'm gonna sell the Elko to a buddy of mine. He's the one I got the turbo from too, so I'm probably gonna sell him that back too. I'm just tired of all this stuff sitting. I mean, I'm all for hoarding horsepower parts and hot rod parts and stuff like that for future stuff, but excuse me, it's time to let that stuff go. I've had the El Camino for what, 8 months now, and I ain't done a damn thing to it. I'm done. It's done. It's out. What size fuel cell you got in there, Herb? You can't hear me. So, chat, what's going on? How's your weekend so far? Any big plans for holidays coming up? Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever your religion is.
Grab a light for that.
What size fuel cell you got in that thing, Herb?
Huh?
What size fuel cell you got in that?
A 10 gallon.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it needs that much, but that's what I found online at the time.
Poptron, I don't have a garage or anything. I live in an apartment complex, but I'm gonna try to have my Cam 350 swapped into my Monte Carlo. That way, come next season when the tracks open back up and we come back up there, I'll be able to run and cruise with you guys. How many people we got in here? We got 3 people in here. Could have more.
should probably move that fucking race deal. Call it out of
Yeah,
the
that'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah,
how's it going, Mr. Walker?
You guys really would have got a fucking show.
Right. Hey, Gordon's in the chat. Gordon Walker.
No, there ain't no turning back now, boys.
Send it.
She both got away from me. Oh, there ain't no going back now. You there? I can't hear you, Terrence.
All right, that's why. I forgot. I muted it because I didn't know if the sound from your grinder was going to reverb back into my video and make it double. So I muted my mic. That's why. But yeah, Gordon, my Thanksgiving was good. I got to eat a lot of food, get my fat kid on. Can't complain too much. Mr. B Real's in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Grady? Man, I'm not going to put it out there, but he sent me an email. He got an early Christmas present, and let me tell you what, it is beautiful. I ain't going to put it out there because I don't know if he said anything to anybody else, but if he wants to
let me go ahead and turn this
bring
on.
it up in the live, we can talk about it, but I'll let him do it first. I got to make a little bit more noise real quick, Terrence. I got to smooth this out.
Hey, Josh said he's hopping on. You hear me, Herb?
Huh?
Josh said he's going to hop on.
Oh, okay. Waiting.
I'll be right back. I think I can live with that. Oh, shit. Let's see what's going on the comments real quick. Midwest. El Camino. Yep, El Camino.
Did Grady say it was okay to talk about it?
Hasn't said anything besides it's okay. I don't know what that
I was just
okay.
Wonder if that meant about his Christmas present.
What's up, Snyder? Snyder
Hey,
trying
Josh,
to
what's going on, brother?
leave that.
I just got to run the flat disc over it, and I think I'll be happy with that side. The way that's gusseted on there, I don't think it's going to be an issue. Because every kit that I've looked at, they don't have them fucking ears on them. So,
Yeah.
what do you do?
Worst case scenario, you got to buy the kit.
You got $1,200 I can borrow?
Let me go ahead and pull that right out of my chili ring.
Well, I got the grinder out. I think I'm gonna whack that other side right quick, and then I can shut that off for the rest of the feed.
Do what you got to do.
All righty.
Grady said, "Sure,
Back
everybody at the
ears off,
track."
by the way.
Grady said, "Everybody at the track." What's going on, Josh? How's your Saturday going? Besides being in a video stream with our ugly mugs. Yeah, I think it's about 30 degrees here. Just enough to piss somebody off. I got a bad valve stem and two of my tires on the Caprice, and every other day I got to go out and fill them up. I know it's not that hard to change out a valve stem valve, but it is what it is. What motors you pick up, Josh? I've been liking those GTOs too, man.
A lot of rubber in here. Oh, God damn, that wood stove is ripping, dude.
Grady said he's got himself a low mile GTO.
What's that?
Grady said he has his a low mile GTO. Says 14,000 miles, pro charge and manual transmission. Josh said they went and picked up some motors today too, a bunch of LS motors. So, wonder what they got up their sleeve.
Is there any other kind of motors that he'd pick up?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Well, there ain't no turning back on them brackets now. They're gone.
They gone.
They gone. Yeah, I just don't know how. I just can't understand how they supposedly raced this truck and the brakes. You know what I mean?
I know. Maybe they milled down the.
They probably cut the ears off the pads themselves.
Right.
I
That's what
thought
I
about
was
doing
saying.
that at first, but on them particular pads, you got bolt holes here that hold the brake pad so it can't slide out.
Right.
On the outer, well, actually, you got a lip here on the outer that locks in the caliper that would hold it, I guess. But if you cut the ears off the inner pad, these ears, only thing that's holding this to inside is this little clip. And if that breaks, the pad can just go fall right out.
And then you got no back brakes.
You know, and you try to, I'm not saying this truck's going to be the fastest in the world, which I know it ain't, but
you want it to stop.
I want it to stop,
Right.
no matter how fast it is. Save up for a dually. Holy shit, you're spoiling yourself. Can I tell everybody what you got for Christmas? I got to get a beer. He said, yes, Mr. Grady picked up, been years and years in the making, he told me. He sent me an email, and he got himself a triaxle enclosed race trailer. And let me tell you what, it is beautiful.
No wonder why he needs a dually.
Yeah, he needs a dually to pull that big son of a bitch.
Right.
It's got to be at least a 40-footer, if not bigger. But it's a nice trailer. Two-tone, I think it's gray and black, if I remember right. It's got all the cabinetry in it.
I'd have to live in it.
I'm like, you lucky son of a bee.
That's also probably a $30,000 trailer, $40,000 trailer.
$34-foot. Gordon, his name was David Quinn that I bought them heads off of. And it was off of Mount Morris Road. And went up Clio to Mount Morris, and we hung a left there at that party store. And went up a couple miles, and it was on one of the side streets there.
Hey, come up here. Come up here. Come here.
But yes, it was off Mount Morris Road. But his name was David Quinn.
Come on. The Pucks has entered the chat.
I was going to put a big black in the 55 just for the hell of it, but the guy who owned these motors reached out and was basically giving them away. I actually wasn't looking for any more. Yeah, Josh, he's got a beautiful trailer. Hey, don't be putting no car either. I'm still trying to wheel and deal with your dad on some bracketry for the front of mine. You put a big block in yours, and I'm going to lose my parts. I need that alternator, that low alternator.
Yeah, Josh, that's the reason why I haven't got a fucking trailer yet, because my shit, the Monte Carlo just got on the road for the first time in 20 years, so it ain't fucking snapping nobody's neck. You weren't on here earlier. I'm selling the El Camino. So.
You're selling what?
I'm selling the El Camino.
Oh, no shit.
Yep. It's time. It's time to let it go. Josh, I just want to concentrate on putting time and money into the Monte Carlo. I'm basically gonna try to make it like our boys. Make it a quick little bracket car, something that'll be point A to point B as quickly as it can. And then there's the fact that I don't have a garage. I don't have a place to put the Elko in, to store it, to work on it, to mess with it. But it definitely sucks. So bright this is. Like, too bright.
How in the hell? Yeah, that's okay. I know it works on a big block. He didn't get rid of it, did he? Is he still on here? Or is he sleeping?
I'm sorry. I didn't see the question. Let me go back to it.
Yeah, let the fucking compressor shut off. There we go.
No, sir, I have not watched that video yet. I do apologize. When this stream's over, I'll head over there and watch it. Like I told Herb, I got a regular working phone, which is just like a basic phone, a basic smartphone, and I have this phone that I'm on right now for the live stream. It's an older phone, but it's a better, bigger screen, better technology phone, but it's not turned on. I only use it for Wi-Fi. So I only have the two devices right now. So if once we're done with the stream, I'll jump on and watch that video. The same disease, man. I had 12 cars before I was 18, and 7 of them were G bodies. I know the struggle is real. Like right now, I have the Suburban, I have the Caprice, the Monte Carlo, the El Camino, and my S10. He'll see that when he comes back, Gordon. He ain't gonna be able to hear me say it. Sorry, I'm messaging a buddy of mine. He's going through a bad depression. He lives up there in Michigan too. You know as well as I do, the holidays are always rough for people. Depression kicks in. I don't know why it's small. It's acting weird. It's not even full screen on my phone. That's the reason why you see me sitting here messing in front of the camera. I'm trying to do the trying to do it full screen on my phone, and it's not working. I don't know what the issue is. Let's see if I can do this. Well, there's that. All right. So now that's fixed. Gordon, I definitely feel your pain. I definitely feel your pain on that. What, you mean you put that video up on Facebook, Gordon? Wrong button. What day did that fall on? Was that a Tuesday? Nope, it was a Thursday. Hey, Josh, you still in here? I when I take my SS to the shop to swap that motor out this winter. Well, I say winter, but it's already winter. I'm gonna get that 350 put in there, and when I do that, I'm gonna end up trying to put those drag lights that I got from you on there. But I'm probably gonna have to notch the frame. Because I still have that picture saved on my phone that you sent me uh, with those wheels on your SS that you had, your black one. And I can't get over how good it fucking looks. I mean, I know your car was up on jack stands because you were swapping out the rear diff, but I can't get past that look. That's the reason why I haven't got rid of those wheels yet, because I want to put them on my SS just because of how it's going to look. And Gordon, yeah, he lost his best friend. He lost his best friend a couple, I'd say 3 or 4 months ago. What happened is his buddy went through some hard times and ended up going across the country. He lives in Michigan. I don't remember what part of Michigan, but he ended up going across the country, and he ended up in Colorado staying with some friends or some people that he met along the way. And what happened was they went on a hike, and his friend ended up missing. So what's going on is his body was found. He did pass away. What they did is they drugged him. They laced him. They laced some drugs or whatever, gave it to him, and when he wouldn't pass out from that, they just shot and killed him. So he's having a hard time with that. And he said his wife is starting to be a little distant from him, and it's just one of those things. It's seasonal depression. Everybody does it. Everybody has it in certain forms. Some are worse than others. I know somebody I call a brother. He's not really any relation, but that really doesn't matter in how close you are with somebody. A brother of mine actually took his life. It's going on 5 years now. New Year's Eve, he hung himself. He did 3 tours in Iraq. The mother of his child wouldn't let him see their kid. He had just got fired from his job. So he didn't think that he had any other options, so he took his life. So, I'm going through kind of like the same kind of depression with him. I'm sitting here talking to him. So if you see me on my phone typing and I'm not doing nothing in the chat, I'm messaging him. Gordon, with the color, I have these here. I'm in my bathroom. Don't ask me why. I'm in my bathroom. I mean, I got family and stuff out there, and they're doing their thing. They're watching TV. There's kids that live here, so I'm not going to tell them they can't be in the house doing normal stuff. So I'm here in the bathroom, and but we got these here. I'll switch this around, see if I can. Probably won't be able to. No. Anyways, I got these LED rope lights around around this big ass mirror. And there's, because it's in the bathroom, water and moisture has gotten into some of the connections. So if I were to say put it on white, so it's just like a bright light, half the stuff doesn't work. So it blacks it out. So if I turn it on blue, there's blue. That's too much. Green is the same. It blacks out. It doesn't really work. Here's red. I'm not really feeling the 666 vibe right now. So this is like the closest color to white, but it's not exactly white. So that's the reason why it kind of looks like I'm. Yeah, Josh, I know, but I mean, once again, I'm still in an apartment complex. I don't have a garage here. I don't have any tools here. I don't have anything pneumatic here. So I don't have access to do anything here. But that's the reason why I say that I'm going to get that motor swap done when I take it to the shop. You know, my family's got a shop, like a garage. We work on our truck. So once I get the part down there to do that for that motor swap to put that 350 in, that's when I'm going to worry about putting those wheels on. That reminds me, one of the tires that I have on there, they're 295. They're 295 50-15s. For the back, obviously, and one of the tires itself, the rubber got kind of damaged around, not on the bead, but just past the bead, and it's not sealing correctly. So I gotta fix that tire before I put it on there. It didn't go all the way through the tire. It's just starting to peel up the outside layer of the rubber. Let me get back to the chat. Josh, I'm gonna move up there with you guys. Ask Papatron if I can put my camper out there next to the garage. Piggyback on some electricity. Free labor. Everything all right, Herb?
Yeah, I'm adding some wood to my wood stove.
Gotcha.
Agree with you. She's got some coals in there, though. Tell you what, this thing will, even with no insulation in the ceiling, this thing will roast you out of here.
Hey, Rusty Irons is in here. How's it going, Rusty? Merry Christmas to you as well. Herb's in here. He's just behind the camera putting some firewood in the stove. I'll be back around. We're trying this newfangled thing where I maintain the chat and the stream while he's doing some work here and there. It's what people have been asking for, so I figured we'd give it a try.
Whew.
I know, Gordon. He actually sent me a link to one of the songs he's listening to. He's listening to Jelly Roll. What's the name of the song? Hold on. That's a depressing song, but
who we got up in here?
we got a couple new people.
All right. I told him he knows more about my shit than probably I know.
Well, you're the one
Hey,
that does.
Chuck, thanks for the Merry Christmas shout out. CF Mechanics in the house.
You're the one that does YouTube videos. I don't, so I get to catch up on your stuff, and I know all your stuff because of your videos. But
I almost never posted that last one. I was so pissed off.
Gordon, the song he
nobody wants
said,
to hear me man, nobody wants to hear me whine about that shit.
crying in my beer, huh?
That's the problem. I didn't have no beer that day.
Right. That's why you made that video. But that song he sent me is Jelly Roll, Nothing Left at All. So
I just can't understand how people's thinking. You know, I can understand maybe if it's just a shit mobile that you're driving back or to work or you know, that you're not doing anything with, but something like that, man, that's brakes, dude. You don't try and cut corners on brakes. And then I got to argue with the guy, you know, I didn't argue with Jason. Jason texted him. The guy texted Jason back and says, tell him to buy the pads that go with the rotors. He'll be fine. Okay. I went up to CarQuest, and they had the same exact pads I already have. So how are they going to be fine? So I just, you know what? I'm just going to cut the brackets off. You know, that's some pretty thick steel too. So, I mean, it gave that work, you know, that electric grinder a workout cutting the mirrors off. But every kit that I've seen online, from Willwood to, you know, Power Stop to all the other when they do these kits for these 9-inch and even on the quick performance runs, they don't have them fucking ears on them. So I just said, hell with it.
fucking send it. Zip it off.
He was probably, Josh, he was probably the guy that I bought it from owned and it's funny because, you know, Tony's Mid-Michigan Transmission. Well, the guy that I bought it from was named Tony, and he owns Mid-Michigan Brake. Or Mid-Michigan Brake and Suspension or some shit like that in Flint. And that's who I bought that from. But he bought the rear end setup off another buddy of his that came out of an S10. So I don't know how old that guy is, but the guy that I bought it from has got to be probably your dad's age, you know, maybe 55, maybe 60 if he's pushing it. And he owned a fucking brake shop. Go figure. You know what I'm saying? It was just, I don't know. Like I said, I ain't whining about it no more. I cut the damn things off. So, you know, if they weren't gusseted and they ain't 1/4-inch thick steel, that, I mean, look at how thick these ears are.
Nah, that hurts my eyes.
That's some pretty thick shit. And then the gussets come down on the back side of these, and they're even thicker yet, and they're gusseted all the way to the rear end. So I don't think there's going to be any deflection on as far as the caliper goes. At least I hope not. They gone. Like Terrence said earlier, they gone.
They go.
Oh, man, I tell you what. I don't know, but they drove it long enough to self-clearance that caliper. And I could see maybe he couldn't, I don't know what was in the S10, Josh, but even if you couldn't hear it, you would definitely be able to feel something binding up on the back brakes, wouldn't you? I would think. I mean, that'd be like a brake shoe that lost its shoe and is metal to metal. I mean, you would just hear. Yeah, that's right, CF. That's 100% correct.
I'm along with Herb on this one. I mean, yeah, it's if you're inexperienced and you can't determine certain sounds of vehicle, in the vehicle, like, if you got a gutted race car and you got fucking open headers and you're cammed the fuck out and you got like a supercharger whine, you're not going to be able to hear a little grinding noise in the rear end because you got all that shit echoing around the fucking cab.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
in my video, like your buddy standing in the track at the track, hears you pull up from making the pass, hearing that.
Oh, we got you, Josh. We understand that too. And that's what I was going to say. That's what I was just saying. You may not be able to be, some people, the noise from drag racing and, motorsports and all that stuff, it overwhelms their brain, their ears, and they can't decipher. To whereas people like us, I'm not saying I'm a master mechanic by any means, because I can't fucking, I need help on some shit. But I grew up around cars. My family has been about cars. So I can tell, just by hearing a car on the fucking highway doing a pull, I can say, oh, that's a Mustang. Nope, that's a fucking Dodge. You know what I mean? I can hear that kind of stuff. Most people don't understand that.
Yeah, and with Josh too, what Josh just said, giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I am too, because a lot of these drag racers that are in full blown drag cars, they're noisy fuckers anyway. From the whine, they got them set up either tight, so you're getting a lot of gear whine, or so maybe he didn't. Plus, with it being in an S10, it's not like in this Blazer. The sound would carry through the Blazer, being it's all open to the rear end and all sheet metal. You got a box out back, and you're in a cab up front. So I'm going to go with Josh too.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Like in a car, you can hear that stuff. In the Blazer, you would be able to hear that. But if it was in an S10, it's segregated. It's outside the fucking cab. You can't hear that because of everything else that's going on. So that's why I was saying
I picked up a couple tenths. He would have picked up a couple tenths without all that fucking drag on it.
That's why I was saying I was going along with you and with Josh. Like, I get it. Like, that makes sense. But at the same time, man, you would think that after a few runs, you would take everything off. You do a shakedown, make sure all the bolts and shit were fucking tight, and you'd be able to visually inspect that. And if you can't visually inspect that for what you got, then maybe you need to have some.
Every time I do a brake job on, even like when I mocked up that other caliper on here, I automatically roll the rotor over just to, you know what I mean? And that thing was almost locked up fucking tight. I mean, to where I was where it's tight. And then you're supposed to do, I could hear it.
You're supposed to do that anyways to check for fucking wheel bearings and shit, axle bearings and shit. So, and that's another thing, you got to, if you have that kind of fucking power and that kind of those kind of parts going into a vehicle, you got to make sure all the shit is in unison. You can't just have, you can't just build something and run it for 7 years and expect nothing to go wrong.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's over with now. Like I said, I'm not doing another video on the brakes on it. I just decided I'm cutting the fucking ears off it.
It's gone.
Some of us just wing it, Chuck said. You got that right.
Right. Just send it. Just fucking send it.
As long as they clear and my brakes work, I'm good. I mean, down the road, I'd like to put a set of good brakes on the, you know what I mean? Get rid of the stock shit that's back there. But there's other areas of the truck that need my attention. I want to get this fucking thing fired up when it comes back from Jason. I got to order the cam and an intake, and I could fire it. It might be only on a battery charger, but it'll fire. And that's really going to set a fire under my ass. Plus, I got 2 drive shafts over here. I got an aftermarket one from, I don't know what the sticker says on it. But then when they did this, he had a chrome moly drive shaft built for it. So I got to make sure that the measurements are correct with that also. My transmission's already being built as we speak. So that's pretty cool. Tony's awesome, man. I mean, I had to buy a few parts, but I'm putting a Mid-Michigan transmission sticker on the back of the window on the truck, and we're gonna roll with that. So he's basically sponsoring me a transmission. But all the good parts that I wanted in the transmission, I had to buy. You know what I'm saying? Like the valve body. He has clutches and shit like that, but I bought a heavy duty sprag, hardened output shaft. What the fuck else was it? I don't know. It was a whole Hughes kit, trans brake, the whole 9 yards. So it should be pretty cool. Tony is the GOAT. Yeah, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Gordon. I mean, I was just pissed off in the moment. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to know what pads. I mean, he ran the truck. You know, tell me what pads you used. If you used a special pad that went on something else that slid between the ears, cool. I'll use that setup. But I don't know. I'm over it. It's done. It is what it is. There's no more ears on it, so that's not going to be an issue no more. Bolt the calipers on it. I got the coilovers jacked, just got done jacking them all the way up, just to try and bring the ass end up a little bit until I can get my coilovers in. And even the bushings, you guys ain't going to believe this. When I was jacking them coil springs up, I noticed looking, you know, because I was sitting behind the truck doing the spring with my coilover wrench or spanner wrench, and I'm looking at the shock, and it's fucking tilted. The bushing was on the wrong side, so I had to take the bolts out, straighten the shock out, put the bushing on the other side, and they're still not. Now it's kind of the other way, so it needs 2 bushings in between. So I'm going to have to measure that out to make sure that they're straight up and down. But I wonder how that would have worked with the a lot of camber in that one.
Yeah, honestly, Josh, you guys have been talking about Tony on the back burner. I mean, you guys had him in videos and stuff, but I got a 350, a turbo 350 that I have laying down to the shop, and I was thinking about when I come up there next season, bringing that by and getting in contact with Tony and seeing what we can come up with and this, that, and the other, and possibly when I come up there next season, drop it off to him, and then that in turn will give me another reason to come back up next season. So,
what are you doing?
You guys are talking about Tony with the transmission and all that, and I was, I've got a spare turbo 350 down at the family's garage, the family shop, and I've been thinking on the, like back burner ideas, like getting in touch with Josh or you, or to talk to Tony, or get in touch with Tony myself, whatever. And next season when I come up there, because the past 2 years I've come up there and met you guys and just did car stuff. But next season when I come up there, see if I can't drop that transmission off to Tony to have him do his magic, and then that would give me a reason to have more reason to come back up again next season to go pick it up. So
Yeah, when Tony first opened up his business, he was doing all the mud trucks for Monster Jam that they got up in Hale. A lot of the local hot rodders around here that go to Ubley and Lapeer. But then it got to the point where he would fix them on a Wednesday, and he'd be there. People would be there Monday morning, and saying that the trances were broke, knowing they went mud bogging all fucking weekend and beating the shit out of it or drag racing, And he just says, and Tony don't like to do nothing that's not warranty. You know what I mean? He guarantees his work, and how you really can't guarantee a race transmission. You know what I mean?
Right. So they were taking advantage of it, saying
They were
we're going
taking
to go
advantage
here.
of it, and he said,
Congrats on it.
he does it for very few people now, and I'm lucky enough to be one of them. Josh and his dad, they're lucky enough to be one of them, and he's good at what he does.
Look at Josh
putting out a
video
like
earlier
Papa
on
Tron's
Sunday.
transmission and the Jack Black, that 400, that was just a simple parts failure deal. You know what I mean? That was nothing that Tony did. It wasn't nothing that Josh and them guys did. Shit happens no matter what.
Look at Josh putting out a video.
By the way, Josh, I'll give you $300 for that Power Glide right now. I'll PayPal it to you. You said on your budget truck that's a $300 transmission. I'll give you $300 cash right now.
What's up, Nova?
What's going on, infamous Nova?
And the reason why I said, I know that you guys said that he was limited on who he would choose to work on. And that's the reason why, I was sitting there thinking, like, if I drive the Monte Carlo with that cammed motor up to him to drop that off, he would see and hear and know what vehicle it's going in and know how to build it accordingly, because that's not going to be a race car anytime soon. I want it to be able to do burnouts, and do some pulls and be spirited.
You're like Tyler's transmission got built totally different the way he did all my in the El Camino. When I had him build my original transmission, that we had the trans brake in here and all that other shit, and then I sold that transmission. But when he built this one, he knew I was still going to play around. Well, he didn't. He left all the fucking the wavy clutches or wavy bands out, so it hits real hard. Tyler drives his on the street all the time. So,
well, and that's what I said on stream when you first started zipping off those ears. Is that's basically how I want to do do my Monte Carlo, the SS, kind of build it like your boys. Have a decent amount of
second gear.
Right, just have a decent little motor in it and be able to fucking make it to a like a daily driver bracket car type of deal, a little contender, but not going to be pulling 8 or 9 second quarter mile type shit. It's not a race car.
That's awesome. Yes, it is, Gordon. Oh, that's great.
Look at Josh putting out a video while we're on live stream.
He told me that actually he thinks that a 350 turbo is stronger than the 400s.
That's what mine is. Right. It's a turbo lighter. 350. It's a turbo 350, but the turbo 350E, the electronic overdrive.
Yeah.
It came out of a V6 Monte Carlo, and it had the button for the electronic lockup. So I don't even know if that's the transmission I'm going to, put time and money into.
Yeah, because I just wanted to pull the trans brake out of the other transmission that worked great from the El Camino but when you put a trans brake in a transmission, you got to drill the front pump. You got to and I forget what size drill bit it is, but they got to drill a relief pressure hole in the clutch pack. I think that's where it is, in the clutch pack. So if we would have took the trans brake out, it would have bled pressure off, but I got good money out of that, so I ain't bitching. I can always get another one, which I am. But man, I wish Tony's like, yeah, he seriously believes 350 turbos are stronger than 400s, and they're lighter.
Well, my grandpa growing up, we had a farm and everything, and we were talking about somebody went past us in a Nova, I think it was like a 70s Nova, and we got to talking about like drivetrains and stuff, and he said the best combination for you to have is a built 400 small block with a 350 trans and a Ford 9-inch. He said you can't beat that combination. I mean, I can't really complain. I've never had a 400 small block, but
my 350 turbo took a solid 2 years of beating. Fuck, I've had this transmission. Granted, this motor ain't as bad as that Dart motor that was in here and the El Camino, but fuck, I've had this transmission in here going on 4 years. And it's got an 8-inch race converter. The converter's like $1,800 in this in there, and had a 671 on it. I'll go with 871. Shit.
Fucking send it. If the rods ain't going to heaven, you don't need to be going down the track.
Jenny's dad's got like fucking 4 of them 871s. He uses one for a fucking stand.
I need a beer. Oh, by the way.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, the beers are tasting good tonight. Holy shit, that's a good deal. 1071, that's a big son bitch. I don't know, if I ever went like something like that, I'd like to go with one of them Pro Charger belt-driven deals. Like Josh got like a centrifugal blower setup.
That's why I came here and said. That's why I said Josh when I walked in here. I was just going to say that. I was like, Josh, I want to Pro Charge my Suburban. It's only the 5.3.
Sunoco hoods on the Blazer though. I got that front clip is heavy as shit. I want to get in time. I'm getting the thing running the way the parts that I have right now. I have everything to get this running besides the headers and the switch panel. I got to come up with another shifter and wire the damn thing after I get it back from him, besides the cam and an intake, of course. But everything else I have to get this running. But after that, next year in teardown season, I'd like to tear the front clip back off it and get one of them tubular core supports. That way I could take the front clip on and off without having the radiator in it and all that shit. And lose some weight on that front clip. That son of a bitch is heavy. I hate to put this on the scale. Even though it's going to be light, I bet you it's nose heavy. What do you think, Josh? What do you think the scaling is on that? With a big block.
Hey Josh, what's the name of the 55?
That'd be awesome, man. Rear mounted turbos for the Caprice, hell yeah.
Wait, Caprice, what?
You don't follow CF Mechanic? I think his name's Chris. I think right. Is your name Chris?
Hold on.
I got a lot of people that I follow, man.
The Arrow Coup? Uh-oh.
Yeah, Chris. His name's Chris. Yeah, he's got a nice fucking Caprice that's all built up.
Man, you can't go wrong with those two-door B bodies, man.
I know them
I
9 inches in the back, Josh, are heavy.
I just sent you or I just subscribed to you, CF, Chris. I'll check your videos out.
But I don't think it's got any, I don't think it's got much for that rear end ain't going to compensate the weight for a big block Chevy. I mean, we got aluminum heads and aluminum radiator, but still, man, that's all steel hood. The inner fenders haven't been cut out yet or nothing, which he was going to buy. This is the story I got after the fact, after I found out that the wheelbase was stretched 3.5 inches. He was going to buy one of them fiberglass front clips and have it cut down on the fenders.
See you, Grady.
All right, Grady.
Come back. Come back. We'll be here.
How far ahead is the engine in relation to the spindle? What's the dead nut center of it?
I'm about to get blocked by Josh.
Looks dead nut center of the spindle.
I'm about to be blocked by Josh. Josh is not going to be my friend anymore.
See, I should have left that 3 inches on the front end, and the motor would have sat back farther than the front spindle.
Oh shit! All right. Well, I can't let it fester.
I don't even get that joke, so I'm going to get a beer.
All right. I'll tell you when you get back. Hell yeah. Hey Josh, if I save up all my pennies and my gum wrappers and I get me a Pro Charger kit, what do you think? What do you think about putting that on the Suburban for me? But or the reason why I asked how Babs was is because when I first saw the fiberglass nose for the 55 of Josh's, I said from now on, I'm gonna call this car Barbra Streisand from the nose job. He's like, please don't. I was like, it's too late. It's too late. Josh, I'm trying to have a reason to come up there, man. Man, I see. I guess I must really be dead to him.
I'll bring it back.
You don't want to kick it. Yep, I'm restocking. Gordon, restocking. Sorry for the bag noise. I hate that ASMR stuff where you can hear people chewing and bags crumpling and. You're mad about it because it's funny. You just don't want to admit that it's funny because it's annoying. But okay, I'll give you your space. I'll stop calling her Barbra Streisand. Once you get it painted, I'm not going to remember it. But Josh, I did on the video game I play, Forza Horizon 5, there is a 55 Chevy Deluxe. It's not the same because it has uh, the pillar on the side. It's a pillar car. Yours is not. But I did try to recreate your car. I'll have to get on there and save it on my phone and send it to you. You can't put drag lights or anything like that on there. I mean, there's some Weld racing wheels on there. There's some American racing wheels on it, but it's not actual drag packs or nothing. But there was a set of wheels on there that I thought was okay enough to put on there. I'll send you a couple pictures of the car. It looks pretty sweet. Yeah, man. Was a week ago, 2 weeks ago. There's a money glitch that happened to where you can go into this one race. You can go into this race and you do this whatever they tell you to do in the video, and it's a glitch, and you can get like $20 million if you're there for a half hour or two, something crazy. Well, I did that. I ended up with $300 million in the video game. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get greedy anymore. You know, you can go all the way to $1 billion. I didn't do that. I only got 300 million. And what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday? I got on the game, and they had fixed that glitch to where you couldn't do that, but they also took all that money away. Well, not only did they take that money away, but they took all my money. So when I got back in the game, my shit was at zero. And they said they weren't going to do that. They said they were going to, anybody that had the glitch, used money, bought cars, this, that, and the other. All they were going to do was take the money from you that you got from the glitch. They weren't going to take the money from you that you had before the glitch. So I was like, all right, cool. You know, I'll get on there and see what's going on. I had $0. Zero. I had 3 million before I did the glitch. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I uninstalled the game and everything, but I'll get back on there to get those pictures of that 55. But I'm on first gen console. I'm on regular Xbox One. I'm not even on the new Xbox console.
Oh shit! What I miss?
I'm just talking about video games and talking about his car. How he said I'm gonna catch his hands when I go back up there if I keep talking shit about his car. Yeah, call me old, but Chris, I like the older Xbox stuff too. And Josh, I do wish they would remake those. That new Need for Speed game, was it called Unbound? That was supposed to be like the newer version of the Underground 1 and 2, but it's fucking stupid. It's too cartoony for me. Like, you have to hit the brake button in order to drift. You don't hit brakes in real life to fucking drift. Maybe the E brake, but you have to hit the actual brake, the all four wheel brake, in order for it to drift. And then on the smoke effect for it, it's cartoony. You can see that it's drawn. So I'm not gonna get into Wood Metal Garage. What's up, man? Chris, the last Need for Speed that I actually enjoyed. Well, I mean, like Josh said. Oh, Josh, I got a fucking 64. Next time I come up there, I'll bring it with me. I got fucking Mario Kart. I got NBA Showtime. I'm not a sports guy. I don't like sports, But I got NBA Showtime or Hang Time. Sorry, Hang Time. NBA Hang Time. Mario Kart. I got all of the cruising the USA, cruising the world, all of it. I got all those games. I got Rush. There's an F1 game that I got. I'll bring it with me next time I'm up there. Fuck it. We'll nerd out. But there's only 2 Need for Speed games that I like. The one is the Underground 2 that we're talking about. And back on PlayStation 1, there was a Need for Speed game called Need for Speed High Stakes. And the reason why I like that game so much is because when you were able to drive as the cop, there was a Caprice cop car. Oh yeah, GoldenEye. You can't find GoldenEye around here for less than $120. I don't have that. But yeah, Josh, I got like 3 controllers. I got 3 memory cards, 2 Rumble packs. I got an expansion pack somewhere. I think it's at my mom's. But I got all those games and all the other shit that I need, like the console and the wires and shit. I got that shit here. Here you go, Gordon. But there's another game on Xbox that I play now even more since I uninstalled the Forza Horizon 5. SnowRunner. It's an off-road game. I've been playing the fuck out of that. There's all kinds of mods on that. There's OBS Chevys. There's square bodies. There's dent side Fords. There's crawlers. There's fucking mud trucks. All kind of shit, man. I've been playing the fuck out of it. Funny money. Yeah, man. It's a slow paced game now. Like there's racing in there, but it's not the physics for the game don't support racing at all. Like if you can be in a rig. I mean, they got big rigs and stuff in there too. They got skid steers, they got White Western Stars and fucking Mack trucks and shit like that. They got all across the board. It's essentially a logging game, but it turned into be an off road game. But the driving physics in the game is once you get so fast, once you get to a certain speed. Okay, we'll probably be here. If not, I'll talk to you later, Josh. But once you get to a certain speed, like it's like you're driving on ice. The ass end will slide out on you. You counter steer, and then it'll fucking catch and just zip you off the road 4 miles into the fucking woods. It's not made for speed. It's definitely an off road crawling type of game. Yeah, thanks for being here, Josh. And Mr. Linksey, no, I've only had a chance to own one Ford in my lifetime, and it was given to me. It was a 77 F-150. It was a short bed with a 460 in it, 4-speed. It had a 6-inch lift on 35s or 37, something like that, some swampers. But before I was actually going to get it, we ended up we're going up this hill, and we weren't paying attention. My buddy was driving. It was his truck. We hit a stump, and it just flopped us over on top of the cab. So I was like, well, I'm not getting that. But Linksey, no, I got all GM. I got my 2002 GMC Yukon XL. I call it's a Suburban. So I got the the Suburban. I got my 91 Caprice. I got my 85 Monte Carlo SS. I have my 2003 ZR2 S10, and I have a 79 El Camino.
Oh, we got brake pads, boys. Would you just look at it?
Would you look at it? Oh, sorry, I'm blocking the.
Oh, yeah. Rub that rust off of the rotor. Fuck yeah, boys. I never thought I'd be so fucking happy on putting some stock brakes on a race truck. But one good thing I'm going to tell you
Brakes work.
is that
Come on, you rag.
they're the big ass, they're the big drums. What is that? The 54.5 8.5? Is that what do they call them? S10s? The one like you got, Terrence, what's yours called?
The ZR2.
Yeah, the ZR2's got the 8.5s in it.
Yeah, it's got the with the ZR2. It's got the 8.5. It's got factory disc brakes in the rear, and it also has a fully boxed in frame, and it's a little bit wider. So it's not.
Yeah,
It's not.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, and that's the reason why so many drag racers, if they're going to do a Pro Street S10 of our generation, like with your Blazer, they'll go out and they'll get those ZR2s, and they'll take the front end, the front differential and everything out of it, because that frame for the ZR2s is boxed in. It's stronger than the regular S10 frames, and it already has the 8.5 in it with the fucking disc brake. So they go out and they seat those trucks, and they'll fucking strip down, all the stuff off of it, and they'll just send it. But fortunately, mine is a 5-speed. Mine's a manual. It's got the NV 3500.
Well, the only thing I don't like about the ZR2 rear ends, if you were to go put them in a stock S10 or Blazer, you would have to have the real deep offset on the back. The back spacing has to be way in because they stick their wider rear end, just like the 9 or the 8.8 that they put in out of the Explorers. That's the only thing I didn't like about that S10 that I got from Josh, because the rear end sat out so far. The wheels would look stupid. Thanks, Gordon. We got brakes on that side, though. I put the brake line on it, put the slick on it. Done. Got the coilovers jacked up. I still got to tighten the bolts up for the coilovers, but a little bit left to do. But then I can get it on the ground and get it away from the wall and start doing the heads, which I'm just going to run the bolts down snug and send it. They all got to come off as soon as it gets back. It's going on the engine stand. That's going to be a pretty cool build series. He's back. Sweet. But I'm going to go with you ever heard of Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
Schneider Racing Cams? I think that's what it was. Wasn't that? Hey, wasn't it? Now that Grady's back, ain't that that company that we were talking about? Grady was Schneider, or oh fuck, having a brain fart. I got it wrote down. Yeah, I think it was. But either that or I'm going to go with the Crane. I thought about going Isky, but yes, they do. Tony had one, Chris.
I'm gonna mess my camera up for a minute. I'll put it right back to where it was, so you don't have to change any settings or nothing.
Oh, you don't want me to change the settings?
Oh, I think I messed it up. Am I still there?
You're still here. Now you ain't. Now you are. Now I forgot which one I had it on. Oh, it was this one. What company is he with, Chris? Oh, Bullet. That's what it was. Bullet. Yeah, Bullet Racing Cam. Where the fuck did I come up with Schneider Racing Cams? Maybe because Josh is always fucking with a bunch of cams. Yep, Bullet. Either Bullet or a Crane. I heard Crane solid roller lifters are the best out there right now. The strongest. And, you know, I got to change them springs and them heads. Them springs are good up to 890 lift. They got over 300 on the seat for pressure. That's a lot. So them fuckers got to come out. And I'm probably only going to go with a 680. 680, 700 lift somewhere in that area. And keep the duration down a little bit. So, but to run them big heads, you know, I got to get the right camshaft for it to work right. And I might have to even play with advancing it when I put it in. I'd like to save up the money and get one of them belt drives for the front of it. Man, them look so nice when you're trying to do the camshaft. A lot of people don't even mess with cam timing. I do. When I put them on, when I install a camshaft, I degree it. And, you know, you can retard the camshaft and give you a little bit more upper end, or advance it, get a little bit more lower end. You know, you play with them cams, you can actually get more out of your engine. But I always do. And I think with that belt drive, that's just fucking neat as shit. You just stick that pin in there and then rotate it, and it'll retard it or advance it, and you ain't got to take nothing off. You know, because it's a bitch on, you know, like the small block Chevys. You usually can't get the timing chain cover off without bending the shit either out of the lip of the pan or the timing chain cover itself. I've seen guys cut that lip down halfway and put it on there just because of, you know, doing cam timing. But that's a pain in the ass. If not a belt drive, at least a 3-piece cover. I have a cam retard. Yeah, hell yeah. Even that would work. Like how I can see it now, man. The camera as well here on the desk. Oh, Terrence just checked out for a minute. Yeah, I'm getting ready to put the old the slicks on it. Actually, I gotta tighten up the bolts. I got a couple bolts I gotta tighten up under there yet. And then I'd really love to get some brake clean. I just bought a shitload of brake clean to clean the rear end, wipe everything down, and then, you know, do some spraying in there. But I don't want to do it with the El Camino sitting in the garage, you know, and getting all that fucking overspray all over it. I could have shoved it outside tonight. It ain't snowing, but we've been getting shitty rain for the last 2 days here. Hit and miss. Yes, sir. Fuck to go. Copy. Having a stupid attack. Sorry. It could have been the 3 or 4 6-pack. I don't know. But look at the shape I'm in. My head is like a football. I think I'm gonna die. Tell me, me, oh, my. It could have been the whiskey. Don't quit my day job.
All right.
He's back.
Yeah, I had to. I was sending a picture.
That way I can zoom in. I can make it. You guys can see that much of the Blazer with me and you the same amount, or I could go. I can zoom out a little bit.
That's fine.
Or do it like
Either
that
one.
again. But everybody wants to see Terrence, so we're gonna roll with this one.
Well, why does someone people want to see me? I'm ugly as fuck.
It's the black light, man. All psychedelic.
Maybe I'm just hiding the fucking ugliness.
You like this live stream better, Gordon, with it out in the shop? Is that what you're saying? I thought it'd be cool than just sitting in the house. I got shit I had to do to this anyway, so I called Terrence earlier and asked him if he'd be interested in keeping track of the videos, giving shout outs to people that come in, reading their comments out loud, and well, I got some shit done, and he said, hell yeah. And if there was any questions, he already knows the answers anyway. Like we've had multiple questions why the Blazer wasn't done yet. And Terrence says,
Money.
money.
Money is the root of
I
all
still
evil.
have merch if you guys want to buy some, but that's only going to pay me a couple dollars. You'd like the new shirts, Terrence. I'll give. Oh, you got the new one. You got it in black. Let me see the back again.
No, this is the old one.
Is that the one with the motor on it? Okay, yeah. See, the new one's got racing across in there.
Yeah,
I only
this is
got
the
them
old
in
one.
white. I only
This
got
is
them in
the
white
same-
because I wasn't going to push it.
This is the same logo of the sticker that I got on the back of the Suburban.
Yeah, I don't fucking push my merch. I mean, maybe after I get big and huge and actually start going somewhere. I mean, we are still going to do, the merch that we do have left. Me and Johnny talked about. We're going to do a live feed, and whoever's on the live feed is going to have a chance to win some merch, and that'll be coming soon. So, like I said, I got a trial run of the new or Michigan racing shirts. I got a hoodie, a couple hoodies, I think, and some hats. But there you go. Yeah, that's the new hat. Hell yeah.
Yep. That's what I got when I was up there last.
I got the large, extra large, and I got a fat head. But I finally got mine stretched out good. I got like a little black. You can see the fucking sweat marks in it.
Yeah, this is the same size as the one you got.
Is that gray?
This is the same size as the one you got.
I got a gray. Is that gray or black? Oh, it's black. Okay, yeah. No, that's the gray one. You got the mesh back.
It's gray.
Yeah. Look at that. That's called hard work, boys.
That's called being insulated.
I don't even like wearing hats, to tell you the truth. I don't have to, but some days I wake up, my hair's like
Yep. I need to cut my hair. My hair's,
I'm a man
I
that has a
usually,
race car for a living. I'm not worried what my hair looks like.
I usually cut my hair every Sunday, and I need to cut it. This is long for me.
Jenny went to cosmetology college, so I get haircuts for free. But I told her, I said, I
She
want to
doesn't.
grow a mullet again like I had in the 80s. She's like, no, you're not. I was like, why? I said, mullets are cool.
At
No.
least get a rat tail.
And she told me I'd never wear a pair of them Pit Viper sunglasses that everybody wears. You know, they're this fucking wide, that fucking
Yeah.
tall. I said, I
All it is
can't
is like
go
a,
with a mullet.
it's like a fucking
You
mirror
know,
across your face.
I won't wear suspenders.
I'm gonna end up being that old man wearing bibs all the rest of his days.
Huh?
I'm gonna be that old man when I get older wearing bibs.
Yeah, I don't. Jenny told me I was never wearing them in public, but you know, I don't like to bend over my ass crack hanging out either.
Right?
Just what you want to see on a video, Herb's ass crack. And I'm good. I'm sure you
No,
guys
I'm
are
good
good.
too. I'm good on that too.
I got a pair of favorite work pants that I wear out here. I actually got two pair of them, and I can't find them again. But they're comfortable as fuck. Well, I'm gonna tighten these bolts up so I can be done on this side, and then I'm gonna go over to the other side, get the brakes put on it. I might have this fucker on the ground yet tonight.
Hey, did you see where Josh left? He said he'd be back.
What's that?
Did you see where Josh had to leave?
Josh had a what?
Josh had to leave. He said he might be back though. He had to put the kids to bed.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
I ain't seen Papatron on here in a while. He ain't said nothing.
I fell asleep in the chair. He said he had a pretty rough day.
Man, I wouldn't be mad at him if he did pass out. Let that man rest.
Rest of us. Oh, that's the big sound there. That's the big boys.
Oh, that's why it doesn't look. There we go. There we go.
Fucking Tyler got my 3/4. Oh, goddamn kid. He still got my 3/4 wrench. Out.
I know y'all see me messing with one of my teeth. I had a filling fall out last night, so it's kind of sharp. See, there's 8 people watching.
Yeah. Oh, now. Oh, yeah. I know.
To go back to the hot rodding aspect of the 8.5, there's a lot of hot rodders that do that too, like for G bodies and stuff. Because you know, you guys don't know already, I got an 85 Monte Carlo SS, and I thought about putting that in there too. You know, the truck is rough, the body's rough, and the motor gave me problems a couple months ago. I got her running back. She's back to normal, but if I had to part her out, I was thinking about putting that rear end in my Monte Carlo just because it's already disc brake. It'll bolt right in, that type of thing.
Yeah. 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 All right. Got a little cold draft. Must have got a wood again. Stock her up. Ship it out.
I had to talk to my buddy in that for a minute. Rocker Pat's in the building.
Stocked her up.
Rocker Pat's in the
Yeah,
building.
hell yeah, Pat. Come on down, brother. I'll get you a plane ticket.
Hey, Chris, in my Monte Carlo, it's got the factory 373s, but it is not the G80 and it's not limited slip. So, but it's got the factory 305 in it still, too. So there's not a lot of torque. There's not a lot of fun to be had. It's basically adequate at best. But yeah, I agree with you. 373s. I got 373s in Monte Carlo, but in my Caprice, I have 308s. It's a 91 Caprice, the bubble Caprice. That's why when Herb said something about you having a Caprice on your channel, I was like, really? What? With the rear mounted turbo. So, yeah, same thing, Pat. Mine's an 85. Mine's the same color. Yours is gray, right? Mine's gray. Last time I remember seeing yours, Pat, you were doing a cruise and on the highway at night, I think.
Yeah, we ended up cutting the mirrors off them caliper brackets so I could get the brakes assembled on that damn thing. So that's what I did tonight.
Oh, yeah, True Track. Yeah, Pat, mine's a 85 split bench seat, column shift. Has a tachometer that the sport gauges. It has factory clock in the dash that still works. It has factory trunk release in the glove box. Um, there's a couple other odd and ends. It has power locks and power windows. Um, but my car is completely original except for the IROC wheels I put on it. I put the IROC wheels on it myself. Um, but other than that, it's completely stock. I actually need to make an update video because I haven't had an update video since I got the car January 1st, 2021. 2021. And it sat for a year because I was waiting on the title. It was my boss. I got it from my boss's dad. He was the original owner, but he passed away. So we had to work the title out. So the car sat for a year until I got the title situated. And once I got the title, I started working on it. Um, and this past season, was the first time it's been on the road in 20 years. It was parked in 2002. Hell yeah, Pat. Um, so mine's just coming back around to being back in the world. I have a mild built 350. Well, I'll just say canned 350. It's not even built. It's a stock bottom end, but it's got port and polish to the heads. It's got a cam in it, nitrous grind cam from Urson. Um, it's got a high rise Edelbrock. It's got a quick fuel 750 carb on it, I think 650 or 750, something like that. Um, I'm gonna put that into it. Since it's down. I live in Ohio, so since it's down for the season, I'm gonna put that in there. And yes, mine does have the 200 R4. That's something we were talking about earlier. Is I have a 350, turbo 350, down at my family shop that I was gonna have. I'm gonna try to price out and see what it's gonna be for it to get, to build it up so I can put it behind that cammed motor. But I figure, just for what it is right now, just for getting back on the road, and get that cammed motor in there. That way I can get the sound going, get the true muscle car sound going on. I got shorty and long tube headers. I'm going to put the long tubes on it. I'm going to put the long tubes on it just for the sound and the breathability for the motor. But I got to get the only thing holding me back is I got to get the right torque converter. Josh from Schneidertron, he sent me a link to a couple of Jegs or Summits, but I'm going to save up and get those. Yeah, I agree too, Pat, as well for Chris. That's what I was just touching on right before you sent that comment in is that cam, that Urson cam, it's a nitrous grind cam. It does call for a 3,000 to 3,500 stall torque converter. So the only thing that's really holding me back is me saving up to get that torque converter. Everything else is ready to go. I mean, the motor, I want to paint it before I put it in. It was loosely spray painted Chevy Hugger orange, but they didn't clean the block before they painted it, so the paint's peeling back off. So I started scraping all the paint off and getting it prepped up, and I got a coat of primer down. But I need to go back over there and re-scrape everything, re-primer, let it dry. I'm going to primer it maybe 2 or 3 times, and I got this metallic purple. Go figure with my lighting. This metallic purple that I'm going to paint the block, and then I'm going to put it in there. Yeah, Pat, that's what I was talking about earlier before you got in. Um, I'm not going to do much to the rear end, to the factory rear end. Um, I have a factory, a racing unit that I'm going to put money into. I bought it. I don't know what the parameters of it are. I don't even know anything about rear ends, honestly. I'm not even going to sit here and bullshit. But it doesn't have axle shafts or anything in it. It's just the housing itself. Um, but for now, I just want to put the cam motor in and get the exhaust work done and be able to drive it up to to meet up with Herb here and Snydertron, Josh from Snydertron with his dad, Papatron, things like that. But yeah, I want it to be a cruiser for now. It's going to end up being a race car, but I'm not getting rid of this car anytime soon. So this car is going to be in stages. Like right now, I wanted to enjoy. I could have just dropped that motor in and just been done with it, but I wanted to enjoy since this car sat for 20 years. I wanted to enjoy the car for what it was, factory stock, how it's been all its life. I wanted to enjoy it that way then, for one good season before I started doing other stuff to it to make it faster, to make it meaner, things like that.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I guess I could have made a little bit more room over here. Seems my 150-pound ass won't fit in there.
You said you're what?
My 150-pound ass is kind of tight in there.
150-pound ass. Okay.
You caught it.
Motherfucker, I'm 265.
Oh.
You forget, man, when we was up there around Josh and Papa and trying to shit, I was eating a piece of pizza in the fucking pool at the hotel, remember? I'm fat. He's a moped. Did you hear that, Herb?
What?
Rocker Pat said he's a moped. Party foul. I'm good.
I'm a moped. Fuck yeah. I'm a Harley Davidson Super Glide.
I'm built like a damn road king.
Trying to remember what the fuck I was getting.
Oh, that was so bad. Sorry y'all got to hear that. Whew. That was a fluke, man. You said wide blood. I was told by my buddy, what was it, 2 weeks ago, he said, "You're built like a fucking Winnebago, dude."
What the fuck I do with them other pads? Oh shit! This is a clip too. What the fuck? Here we go to rob Peter to pay Paul. Good thing I got a bunch of parts laying around here.
Good thing you got race car shit laying around,
Huh?
Good thing you got race car shit laying around, huh?
Yeah. I guess they don't need to give you the clips for the fuckers either. Whatever.
It's about
It's all good. I know it's fucking warm in here, boy. And it's freezing outside. Jesus Christ, how many trips am I gonna make? You would think if you were a good mechanic, you would take the tools over that you know you're gonna need and not leave them on the other side of the fucking vehicle. So you gotta make 50 trips and squeeze my fucking moped ass through here. But I guess I'm not that smart.
Well, what I used to do is when I was working on side per side on a vehicle, I'd have my creeper. I put all my tools and stuff when I was done with them, set them on the creeper, and when I was done with one side, all I had to do was just pull the creeper around, and all the tools and shit are right there.
Fucking team. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's always good on the freight line.
I still have my camper. It's just a little pop-up camper, but it's in the garage at my mom's house, buried under shit, and the garage door will come up. So we have to get that fucking fixed before we can even. Yeah, it's locked down. Wish it wasn't. I haven't had it up. This will be the third fucking year in a row that I haven't had my damn camper out. I fucking hate it. I don't hate my camper. I hate the fact that I ain't been able to have my camper. I ain't never been to Texas. My camper is a 1989 Starcraft. I got a video on Facebook on it, or not Facebook, but YouTube. I still got the YouTube video on it. I still got that same camper. That's what I'm talking about. Well, unfortunately, Pat, I was born here in Ohio, and I ain't been able to fucking leave yet either. But Ohio is nowhere close to having any kind of credibility as Texas. Ohio sucks. I fucking hate Ohio. I mean, think about it. As far as I know, there's 24 astronauts that came out of Ohio. What is it about the state that makes motherfuckers want to leave the fucking world? You know what I mean? This state sucks so bad that people want to leave the planet. Yeah, I know. I can do something about it. I can do something about it. I can move out. I know, but it's like a black hole. It just sucks me in, and I can't fucking get away from it. I've never liked this state. The only reason why I'm still here is for family and friends. That's it. I honestly want to go to fucking Alaska. I told the old lady, I said, if I step foot over the Alaskan border, that state will be my home. I don't care if I'm going there for vacation or what. If I step foot in Alaska, I will never call another state home. Alaska will be my home. Was that Thor that I saw? Hi, Mama. Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
Hi, Thor. He's under there doing something. Thanks for stopping by, Thor. Pups. Always got to say hi to the pups, man. I'm a dog dad myself. I'm scared to ask you to explain the 5 to 8 inches because I don't really know if I want to know the answer to what you meant. If that was a wrong punctuation, or is that supposed to be 5 foot 8 inches tall? Yeah, Pat, wait for him to come back. I don't think he can hear us. What year was it? Or you can just wait till he gets back and you can talk about it. That way you don't have to say it twice. He's over there ranching. Oh, they're putting them calipers on so he can hook up them brake lines and put that tire on. As far as I know, the only thing that's in his garage is the Blazer and the Elko. It's too cold for the Elko to be out in the driveway, so I imagine it's in the garage with him. I gotta blow my nose.
inch.
I just shared this live stream to my buddy in our friend chat. The one I've been talking to all night, the one that's going through that depression. So there might be some new people in the chat. What's up, Kevin? Hey, Gordon. I feel old. I'm only 36 though. Yeah, it's 9/11 here too. I think we're sitting at like 30 degrees, maybe even less than that. Yeah, man. Yeah, Kevin. It's definitely just a regular Saturday. Just trying to get by. Herb wanted to get some stuff done, so he's getting the tires on the Blazer. He's getting his brakes situated. He cut the ears off for the mounting tabs on the axle for the calipers. That way, he can put the brake shoes on the calipers and have everything copacetic. So he already cut those off on both sides. He's got the passenger side. Yeah, Grady, that's cold. That's nutsack shriveling up cold. He got the passenger side wheel on. He's over there working on putting the caliper and stuff on and the brake line on the driver's side so he can put the tire on and get the thing dropped down on the ground. All right, Pat, you don't have to rub it in. We get it. We get it.
All right, complete side of the wheel. What's going on?
We got Kevin came into the party. Kevin Lyric. We've been talking a little about
what's going on, Kevin.
Talking about
yeah, it's cold here too.
Temperatures and stuff like that.
I'm farther north than all y'all.
I mean, I'm not
80s there all week. Must be nice.
Right, that's why I said keep rubbing it in.
Mr. Kevin Lyric in the house. What's going on, Kevin? Oh, trying to get these brakes situated on this Blazer so I can get it back on the ground and get the front end away from the wall and switch them heads out so I can get it back down to Jason.
Could you hear us talking over there?
What's that?
Could you hear us talking when he was over there by the Blazer?
I could hear something, but I couldn't understand what it was. I heard you talking.
Every time I said hi, Thor, when he was in the garage, he'd bark at me.
Yeah, he goes in Tuesday and see if we can get that thing removed, or they're going to tell me he's too old.
I'm going to pray for you.
I mean, dude, he still jumps on the kid's bed and sleeps with them at night, and that son of a bitch is 3 foot off the ground. He chases squirrels from one end of the yard to the other. I mean, he's got a little bit, but I tell you what, that thing has grown because they put us off for 2 fucking weeks to get him in there. I told him, I said, we didn't see it. I said, it's, he walks with his tail down. And his tail, one day we seen blood droplets on the fucking floor. I'm like, what the fuck? And I started looking around. I seen it coming off by where his tail curves. And I picked up his tail. I'm like, holy fuck. He's got a tumor the size of a grape growing off it ain't in his asshole. It ain't coming out of his asshole. It's off to the side of it. But in a sense, then they put us off for 2 weeks, and it's grew again. But he's bleeding every fucking where. I give him 2 showers a day. I just rinse his ass end off and wash him, keep it clean, And I don't know. I don't. He's 13 years old, and I don't know. I'm afraid the vet's probably going to tell us to put him down. She said he might not have to have surgery if it's just a little piece of skin. He's 13, Pat. But I've had him since a fucking baby, dude. He's my boy.
Right. I've had mine since he was 2 days old. I have the
money. That's why I haven't did shit, and I've been kind of depressed about this whole bullshit. That's why you haven't seen a lot of videos, to tell you the truth. I'm about to lose my best friend, I feel like, and Tuesday's coming quick for him. But since then, it seemed like he'll eat chicken, and I feed him when we eat dinner. He eats dinner. I buy that Walmart boneless chicken, and I cut it up in 3. He gets 3 dinners per breast, and so he eats chicken. But he used to munch on dog food all the time to as a filler, and he gets the meat at dinner, and plus all of our leftovers. But he hasn't been doing that. He won't eat. He don't. I put that. I went and bought him that bacon treats, like dog food in a bag. Dump it out, and he really don't want nothing to do with that. So he's actually his appetite I've seen dwindle in a couple weeks too. To tell you the truth, he's got a tumor on his chest that's been there. You know what I mean? It's been there over a year. We just found another little bump on his arm, probably the size of a pea. And, now that thing on his ass, I'm afraid they're going to probably tell me, it's time. But he still runs around, I think he's got a year or 2 left. And if I got to spend $800 for a surgery to get that tumor removed off his ass, so he ain't bleeding on the nose, I'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I said, I've noticed changes in him too, you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of heartbreaking.
Well, I feel for you too, man. I've told, I didn't want it to be a shock to anybody. Everybody knows that my dog is me. Like, everybody knows me because of Pup Boy. Pup Boy is my kid. He's, since for the past 5 years, he's always been there. He's next to me. He's always with me. There's no separating us. But I've told people, like, when he goes, I'm going to be a fucking basket case, dude. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's going to fucking kill me. So I feel for you, man.
I told Jenny, I said, I'm probably not going to go with you to the vet, and she's kind of pissed off. I got anxiety that fucks with my heart, you know what I mean? I was in the hospital for a fucking heart attack last year, and some days when I get anxiety going, like, I don't know, some shit was going on with my sister, and I kind of got pissed off, and I started having chest pains again. I was like, what the fuck? I can't let myself get worked up, dude. You know what I mean? And that there, I told Johnny, yeah, we're going to give him the shot to be, down, to put him down. But fuck, I'm going to have a heart attack and die too. So I'm just going to send her, and then she's going to try and talk everything, do what we got to do to if you're telling me you lift his gooms up and a vet says that he's lethargic and he's discolored in the gums, you know what I mean? And he's actually sick, then yeah, I ain't going to make him suffer. He lived the life of a king. 13 years old, never been on a chain, never been locked up. You froze up, Terrence. Oh, there you go.
You froze up.
Stream did. But he's never been on a chain. Fuck, he always got our leftovers. The dog lived the life of a king. So at 13, me and my dad sat down and we were talking on the phone because he just had to put his dog down 2 months ago. And we figured it out. Thor's 84 years old. 7 years per year. Yep. And 13 times 7 is 84. So, what do I do? I hate to waste that fucking money if it's $800 for a surgery and then bring him home when he's already sick. You know what I mean? And then 2 months down the road, he dies from fucking cancer anyway, just keeps getting worse, and lose that money. You know what I mean?
I don't give a fuck. I'll sell every vehicle I fucking got. I'll fucking sell everything I have. if it buys me another 2 days with him. I don't care. I'll do anything. I tell people I'll John Wick the world. Somebody kills my dog, I'm fucking murdering everybody involved. Everybody. I don't give a fuck.
P-Dog's
You know
never
what I
on a
mean?
leash or a collar either, Pat says. I said, he's
Now,
a fucking king, man. When we go to McDonald's or when me and Johnny go cruising, taking our Sunday rides, he used to go with us until he started bleeding. We can't take him now. I don't want him bleeding all over my fucking, because if he sits on it, it splits it open and it starts bleeding. We're a dog in need. So we haven't been taking him, but when we go to Burger King or McDonald's, I get him a 6 or 10 piece nugget, nugget, chicken. I'm not going to share my little bit of burger. Tell her by sending some pictures of my truck. All right, cool, Kevin. I'll check them out tonight. I still got a little bit of shit left to do on the driver's side there, but I think Terrence was talking to somebody about what was going on with it, didn't you say?
yeah, I was letting since Rocker Pat came in late and Kevin came in late, I was trying to enlighten, like catch people back up. What you were trying to do here is for the brake calipers, there was some ears on the bracket that were interfering with putting the calipers and the pads on. And then also there was an issue with clearance for the calipers and the rotor. You took care of that on the video with the rotor and the clearance, but you didn't take care of the ears for the bracket. So what you were doing tonight was cutting those ears off the brackets on both driver and passenger side, so you can put the calipers and the pads and the rotor on, so you can put the wheel on. And what you were doing on the driver's side when they came in, you were putting the caliper on so you can put the brake line on, so you can put the tire on.
Yeah, it's complete now.
Yep.
The whole, besides running the hard line from the T up to the fucking Willwood pedal setup, and I still got to do some research on that, because I think on that, because these brakes, they got 11. What's it say? 11.42 is the diameter of these rear drums. They're fucking huge, dude. And the front ones are still the spindle and all that is still S10 Monte Carlo shit. The calipers are way smaller than what is on the back. Mm-hmm. So now I got to go on that brake pedal on the Willwood setup, because the pedal runs 2 master cylinders. So I wonder, I didn't even really look at it that close, but hey Pat, ain't on them Willwood dual master cylinders, there's an adjustment on there where you could put more pressure to the front first versus the rear. I could go look and say, but I'm just thinking you probably already know, or Kevin. I want more, when I stab the brakes, I want more pressure on the front. Being this is the big ass rotors and the big calipers, I think these fuckers would bite harder, and you try and stop and the back brakes lock up, your Dukes of Hazzard in that motherfucker. I'll roll that son of a bitch for sure. So I got to have more pressure. And the front brakes actually are, aftermarket shit, drilled and slotted rotors, the performance calipers. So, and this is a stock A body, F body, early 80s, 80s Chevy pickup. That's the setup on that. At least the calipers and the brackets. But I got to look at that pedal. There's got to be an adjustment that you can make to where the bias is more on the front when you hit the pedal. It's going to push harder on the driver's or the front master cylinder, because you got a front master cylinder and you got a rear master cylinder. So there's got to be a bias.
There's been a lot of people I've talked to lately, G-body related, where they are taking CTSV front brakes, like the Cadillac CTSV, their performance one.
And
they're taking those. They're not direct bolt on, but they're taking those calipers and making the brackets to make it work for the G bodies, because I think it's 3-piston, 2 or 3 piston up front.
Yeah.
So it's the racing brakes. It's basically Corvette front brakes on a fucking Cadillac.
Yeah, they probably got 12-inch rotors and shit like that.
Yeah, so
if you got a 15-inch wheel, dude, I'm just saying, and you can't put a 15-inch wheel, you can't put a 14-inch rotor on a 15-inch wheel. and expect your caliper and all that shit to clear. This is 1179 Monte Carlo has 13 and a half Corvette brakes on it. That's probably what this shit is then, Pat. Not the Corvette brakes, but the size of the rotor. It's 13 something I see now. I think it's 13.48 or some bullshit on the outer lip of the rotor. So yeah, you can't put a 14-inch rotor on the back like from a CTSD because some of them and then run a 15-inch wheel. When you go to them bigger brakes like that, you got to go like a 17-inch wheel or, to have the clearance to get around. That's what I was worried about with these wheels because I bought these wheels separate than the truck. These, and I measured it out, and that was the measurement on them wheels, and I got lucky, and they fit fucking nice. It looks good. I'll bring the computer over there and I'll show you. Let me blow this screen up for a second. Right back with you, Terrence. Don't go nowhere.
No, that's fine. Leave it like that. I'm good with that. Dude, that's
Look
sexy.
at that fitment.
That's sexy.
Oh. I forget everything's fucking backwards.
If you hit the more button, it'll bring up settings, and then you hit camera, and there's a feature on there for mirroring, like a bathroom mirror for mirroring the image. Just mirror the image.
What's going on here?
You froze up.
Do this one?
There you go. That's cool. That's fine with me.
You good with that?
I'm good.
Everybody can see the laser. I don't want to see my fat head either. I tell you what, dude. It took me a minute to start figuring this wood stove out.
Yeah, you zoned out, bud.
Jumped in.
You're glitched out.
This thing like heat. I open the door and then it would get killed and closer and some of these big ass circle. I took these off and oh my god, that thing kicked my ass. I mean, it's hot in here. I don't even have my insulation in the ceiling done yet. Some more.
All right, I don't know if you can hear me, Herb, but stream's messed up. It's glitched out. It stopped. There we go. He glitched out, Kevin. I don't know what's going on. I know I'm not in charge of the stream now.
A fucking internet took a shit or something. I don't know. I know I love there.
Hello? It's still glitched out.
There we go. We're here.
You've only been on for 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Worked great all night. Now it's gonna start fucking up.
That's because you
My
moved
kid,
it.
my kid must be in there playing his. He's got a badass computer. He plays games. For the one game he actually gets paid from it. He's playing for some team on Twitch or something shit, or I don't know what it is. But he's got a badass computer system. When he fires that thing up, and starts playing. Internet sucks. Like I said, my phone won't work as far as internet out here, videos, but you don't need video.
What
Yeah,
about
that
sitting
thing
closer?
looks pretty badass with them wrecking tires.
So what about sitting closer to the door, towards the house?
Why? It ain't fucking up now. It didn't fuck up all night. Just one time, right there.
Well, it's because you
Still
moved
got
it. That's
7
what I'm
people in
saying.
here. Yeah, probably. I walked over there to the Blazer and showed the wheels. Probably what did it.
That's what happened. But yeah, man, that thing looks good. I can't wait to see that on the ground. I can't wait. You better send me some damn pictures or
It's
something.
going to be low in the ass end still because of the coilovers are too short, but I just jacked them all the way up as far as I could go with them. Obviously, you're not going to race it like that, but at least it'll, because if I pump that jack right now, what you should sit here and watch how far that rear end goes up into that chassis. I mean, I should have did that before on camera here on the live, before I tightened up them coil springs all the way. I should have jacked it up and showed how much that. I mean, this thing sat nasty low. I mean, I didn't like it. It was too low. But this truck was built to go straight, fast. I mean, you guys seen videos. This thing used to do fucking killer wheelies. But it broke shit. Broke the frame. Bent the frame anyway. It's got singles on the front, Kevin. I forget what the name of the company was, but it's got drilled and slotted rotors. I had drop spindles for it. Actually, I bought it from a guy in Ohio. And Terrence here went and met the guy for me, picked all the stuff up, waited a couple, 3 weeks or whatever it was. And then him and his girl drove it down here to Michigan over to Schneidertrons. And we spent the day. We went drag racing. We went swimming. Had a great time, man. Can't wait to do it again.
That's why I was saying I want to get this. I want to get my Monte Carlo situated. That way I can come up there and we can enjoy some car shit. Because last time I was up there, last time I was up there, I was in the Suburban. I didn't have the Monte Carlo because it wasn't reliable
you
to make the trip. But now I got the carburetor working kind of decent with the new motor. I got to get a torque converter, like we were talking about, and get the exhaust routed. And I think that she'll be ready to go. I mean, the only thing I'm waiting on, literally, is a torque converter, doing the work to get it swapped out, and then send it off to the exhaust shop. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, all I got to do is just yank the fucking motor, put the new one in, the torque converter, make sure it's all filled up and all, correctly, do everything correctly. Put the headers on.
Hey, Gordon. Yes, sir. I definitely will, buddy. She was just in here. Didn't you see her?
That's what he was talking about. I think Mr. Gordon, his live stream is kind of like on a time lapse, or not time lapse, but a delay.
Oh, Gordon is?
Yeah, I think so. It's either that or he's waiting his turn to type out. Could be both.
Damn, I need our beer.
I do too.
I got them in my fridge outside my door.
Yeah. Well, here, let me do this randomly. The light may be absolute shit, so don't hold me to it. I know you can't see me right now.
I tell you what, they call me the working man.
Nope, y'all can't see it. See the carport over there?
I see the light with that one car under it. Here, let me blow you up. What the fuck? Why do I gotta push shift 5?
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's the Monte Carlo. There's my S10. It's too dark. Y'all can't see.
Do that.
All right, hold on. All right. My ass is out the window. So, this car right here, that's my 91 Caprice. This thing. Here, this car, under the light, that's my Monte Carlo and the Suburban. And this thing right here, you see this? That's my S10, my ZR2. So, as unimportant as that was, hello? You still here? Hello? There we go.
Thanks, Gordon. Hopefully, I get one tonight too.
Did you see what Kevin? You see what Kevin said to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocker Pat. I live in an apartment, unfortunately. That's the reason why.
No, I didn't. I missed that one. Sorry. I must have been outside. Does it have an adjustable proportioning valve in the system? I could walk over and show you the system, but I don't think so.
No.
I don't know. I think it might have something on the back. Let's try this again and see if it will let me walk over there.
Let's go and fuck up.
See if it'll let me do this.
It's already glitched out.
We're probably going to go through the passenger side. Driver side's pretty boxed in yet. Let me switch it like this for a second. I better grab a light too. Look at my light. I bet you it's stuck underneath the truck somewhere. Yep, and it's dead. Great. I found flashlights like that before. People leaving them stuck to my vehicles.
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess we're just going to try and get a setup of it in the dark. Can you see it?
Yep.
Can you see that, Terrence?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's what it is.
Well, boy, what are you out here worried about?
And then it's got that, the dual master cylinders. Oh, shit. Oh, excuse me. From cheap Walmart.
Enough. 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 Enough.
My cheap Walmart trouble like when did let's see here. See that we moved the computer and it's starting to be a retard again.
Sorry, my dog was whining at us. See what he was doing.
It has adjustable pedal bias.
Hey, Gordon, I think Gordon's good night. That's what he said. Good night. He's out. So have a good night, Gordon.
Great video, live. Let's take off.
You're glitched out, dude.
Yeah, so I'll just have to adjust that pedal for whatever side I plumb into, because it's going to come out of there and then go to my damn, smoking weed really does make you stupid.
What are you talking about?
My line lock, dude. Jesus. Wake up, mother. Don't you hate that when you're thinking of something and it's like when you're having a conversation? I mean, it just makes you look stupid. No, it's called having a buzz. It's Saturday night. That's what I'm blaming it on.
Right. Now I got to get another
You
one.
definitely want more bias towards the front, right, Kevin and Pat?
Yes.
Not much, but
it's supposed to be about 60-40.
Oh, no, you don't, Kevin. We don't need the engine back. I actually had the chassis cut off and moved back. It was the engine sat behind the spindles. They had a 3-inch or 3.5-inch extended front end on it. That big block with all that aluminum shit I got up there, it's basically a short block of a big block. Rest of the shit's aluminum. So I think that 9-inch rear end with all the gusseting and all the anti-roll bar, all that shit in the back, plus a 10-gallon fuel cell, I think we'll be 60 in the front. It's going to be nose heavy a little bit, but that's good because this fucking thing, it's known to do big wheelies, and we don't want that shit.
No, because landing sucks.
Oh, it looks cool as fuck.
It's expensive as fuck.
I got some pictures of this thing on the fucking bumper, dude, and it bent the. That's why they got a chassis in it because it bent the frame.
Dumb dog.
But I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we get it running. But yeah, it looks tough. I'll show a picture or show that after I get the other wheel on. The only thing I got to do is grease up my wheel studs and get the other wheel on, and I can actually let it down. She's gonna be tight on the back and over.
Hey, Herb, can you send me a link?
There we go. Huh?
Can you send me a link on where to order those lug studs? Because I need to put those on the Monte Carlo
Oh, for the ARP ones I got for
for the
the
wheels.
wheel
Yeah,
studs.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I still got the packer on here somewhere. I'll just give you the part number off it.
sweet.
Yeah, yeah, because they were actually for a Malibu with an 8.5 inch rear end.
Well,
So that diameter, that's why I put them on here.
the ones that I got from Josh, and Josh got them off of. Remember that white Firebird he had, that Pro Street Firebird?
Yeah.
They were off that car. The
You
wheels I
bought the
got
wheel studs?
the wheels I have are those wheels off of that car.
So you need longer studs to run them. Yeah, I'll
Yep.
send you the link. Yeah, like I said, I think it's the same thing as what this is. We were actually going to put them in Tyler's car, but that Grand National rear end that he's got already had it in there, but they're metric on his car, which
Dude,
sucks.
I think did you what we talked about earlier when you called me? Did you actually ask him about that deal with the Monte Carlo and the El Camino, or is that just something you thought of?
It's He asked me if I wanted to buy the bike. We're supposed to do some work to the car. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
he wants his car bad. So I figured, I mean, if he wanted the car, I don't know, Jenny, when I was saying that to you in the house, Jenny's like, no. But I would do that for my son. You know what I mean? But for drivetrains, though, I mean, if he wants this engine, and we'll put it right from intake to oil pan, we'll just drop it in his car. I'll even give him the nitrous shit. And then I'll take his 355 and I'll put in here. Because I want this El Camino a cruiser. You know,
right.
it's no longer a drag vehicle until this gets going. But I want something I can drive around and have fun. You know, if I want to go, shit, you ain't driving this son of a bitch 50 miles away. Cost you $100. Well, it costs more than
Right.
that.
I was gonna say $100 halfway.
But we're supposed to be putting a solid roll in his motor anyway, so I got 12 grand in that engine. So we could put that engine in his car, and he's gonna pick up considerably. I guarantee it. And then I'll just put that, and then he gives me his bike. You know, give me
That's what I'm
your engine
saying.
and your bike, and I'd give you this engine. So and
That's
put
what
it
I'm
in
saying, dude.
obviously because I'm his fucking mechanic. I'd have to do all the work too. So how much is an R&R? How much is an R&R on an engine nowadays?
Bro.
I mean, he's got so much of my parts on that car, it ain't funny that he doesn't even realize. But he's my kid, man. I love him. That's what dads do. I want to see him go fast.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it too. Think about it from his perspective. Maybe when he say that he wants your car, it's because that's dad's car. You got to think when hot rodder guys have kids and they go through their quit it and they go through their life cycle, they keep their car until they pass away, and then they have to worry about, am I going to be able to get dad's car? So maybe he's just saying it. I'm just saying, like, from his perspective. Maybe he's like, I want dad's car because that's what I know as fucking racing. That's my memory. That's what I want for my life
He helped me
choice.
build this car. I bought
That's
this
what I'm
car.
saying.
It was wrecked in the rear quarter. Had no motor, no trans, the grill, the headlight bezels was purple. It had black bumpers on it. It had purple stripes down the fucking hood and down the tailgate. It looked horrible, dude. Me and him, we took this car back. He didn't know what he had. You know what I mean? It had all the shit for the SS. So I run the number. It's a true 136 VIN code. SS 402 car for 71. But me and him, we built that dark motor together, and that was before YouTube and all that shit. But it had a
Yeah,
badass dart engine in it. But then I started working on it, found out that it was a real SS, because of the steering component, the front disc brakes, power brakes. You know what I mean? A lot of these cars in '71 were still drum brake cars, fucking with chintzy suspension. This had the double knuckle steering shaft already in it. So I know it was, only SS cars have that shit. And I could see somebody putting some SS emblems on a car, which he never did. You know what I mean? It was just, there was no emblems. The grill was broke out that he had, and it only had Chevrolet on it. So where the emblem went, you couldn't even know, see if it was anyway. But anyway, I started finding, I was like, holy fuck, this is, more than just a drag car. Hell yeah. ASS, yes.
Yeah, Pat said it's like a 71 or 72, something like that. I saw that earlier. I didn't know if you saw that or not.
Yeah, Gordon,
it was
it's
by the
inside the
steering
cab.
column.
It's right underneath the steering column.
Yep, by the steering column.
Yeah, I'm about to bust back over there and get this fucking other tire put on. Check a couple bolts, tighten up my shock. Fuck, should be ready to go.
Yeah, you
I've been
gotta
watching your videos, Pat, on that old truck or old car you got,
the sketchy.
King Dick.
Yeah, we got to see some still shots of that thing once it's when you roll it out of the garage to put it on the trailer. We got to see some shots of it on the ground outside of the garage before it hits the trailer.
What, of the Blazer?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the front clip back on it and all that shit.
Front clip back on, the rear hatch down, just sitting as it's supposed to, like you're sitting in the fucking pits at the drag track. You know what I mean? Just let it just sit there and simmer, and then maybe spray it off, get the dust off or not. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it makes
There
it
ain't
look
no
better.
dust on there, son bitch. What are you talking about?
Look at that motherfucker right there. I see that. That's dustier than my armpits. Come on now.
Well, I've had it for what, 2 years now? I had it 2 years now, and I've never washed it once. And I can tell you one thing that I don't like about a wood stove. It's fucking dirty.
Yeah, I was gonna say the soot in the air. Yep. Because sometimes when you get that deep heat going on in the coals, sometimes you'll get that thick black smoke that comes out at the tail end of the top of the gesture there. So
Yeah. I try and keep it swept up in here because I really don't want the dust flying around. I actually got to pull Tony's engine back. He finally broke down and bought an oil pan. So I'll probably be having a video on that small block, putting a rear main seal, the one-piece rear main seal in it, and a new oil pan. Jesus Christ, I haven't even rolled that engine over. I haven't primed it with oil, nothing. Only thing in there is assembly lube, and it's been sitting there for over a year. I haven't even rolled it over. I sprayed WD-40 in the cylinders before I put the plugs in it, though. I did do that. Because he asked me, because the vehicle that he was going to put it in, he found out something was fucked up with it, and he never did. Now he's buying a house right around the corner from me, which I don't know if that's going to be good or bad. Because right now he lives like 25 miles away.
that could be bad for him and good for you. You can make that money off of him, and he can't get away because he's close.
Yeah. After hours, we don't make money off each other.
No, I'm talking about like here on YouTube, like make videos on it and shit.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, Pat. You can do that shit in your sleep though with them small block Chevys, man. They're easy.
Yeah, next time, that reminds me too, next time that I come up there on this next season, no matter what it is, you and I need to have a conversation in person about getting some parts ran together, about getting that race motor built. My 350, that's good.
I just put maybe like a 525 hydraulic roller in that son of a bitch. Still cruiser, you know what I mean? Make sure that when you do your head gaskets and all that shit, you calculate your compression, because you can always put a little thicker head gasket on it if you want to knock a little compression out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Very seldom, unless you actually take your engine to the machine shop. A lot of people don't fuck around and have them zero decked and all that shit. You know what I mean? I do. I zero deck my shit because I want the compression. Right on the verge of pump gas shit. You don't want to run 88 or 89 in it. You better run 93.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Vortec. Oh, throttle body. Well, that's still could be Vortec.
Well, see, the thing about that motor is I don't know if it's a stroker motor too. I know it's bored, but I don't know if it's been stroked either. You know what I mean? I don't know what the crank is. I don't know if it's the factory stock crank or if it's a custom grind crank. I don't know. So, I have, well, I mean, and that was another reason why I needed to take it to a machine shop because it's been sitting as a short block assembly. It's got the pistons and the crank and everything already in the thing. I just haven't turned it over since I've had it. So I'm going to need to take it to a machine shop and have them work their magic, hot tank it, do what they got to do. Their flux core,
crank and pistons back out of it.
Right. Make sure everything's done.
On it. Make sure all the rings are free on the pistons and put them back.
Right. Make sure everything's done correctly. What it is, basically identifying.
It's probably just if it's a 350, it's probably just a 348 crank.
Well, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing about it. I got the motor from my uncle. His buddy pulled it out of a 78 K5 Blazer. It's a 4-bolt main 350. Yeah. It's been bored 60 over. It's got the pistons.
It's a 360 cubic inch.
Yep.
It's probably got the 3.48 stroke crank in it with a 5.7 rod. Like I said, unless somebody's been in there and did magic, it's probably got the same deck height, which the pistons are down in the hole. So, even a flat top, usually with a 64 cc head with standard deck height, with a flat top piston and 64 cc head, you'll be at 10.5 to 1. I've done it for fucking years. And all the static compression comes out to 10.5 to 1. Which is a good street engine. That's what Tyler's got. Still bust off a mid 12 second pass at the track on a driver he can drive anywhere. Shit. He's doing good. Well, then I'm going to go over there and wrestle this last slick on there.
All right, I'm about to send you the only pictures I have of this motor on Facebook. So when you get back, check Facebook.
Yeah, my phone's in the house.
Oh, well, then I guess don't check your Facebook.
The only thing on this computer is my YouTube shit. So I can't go to I ain't got Facebook on here or Instagram. I know what I gotta do. I gotta go take a piss.
All right. Well, grab your phone. I'm gonna send this shit to you. 5 pictures.
All right.
For the video, all it is just pictures like this. Just pictures of the block. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's just the block. It has the 60 over pistons, the cranks in there, and freeze plugs. That's it. And it does say 60 over on the piston itself too. Right there. You all see that? Probably not. It says 60. What are you looking for? Was it it's on the table. Sorry. Rocker Pat, that cammed motor that I was talking about putting into my my Monte Carlo. It's a TBI stock bottom end with an Urson nitrous, an Urson nitrous grind cam. Edelbrock high rise intake, and I think it's a 650. Maybe no, I think it's a 650 quick fuel carburetor. It's got the camel hump heads on it. That's been loved on.
Woo! God damn, it's cold out there. The beer's about to freeze.
Drink it faster.
I'm hard to drink them too fast.
Nah.
Shit, that looks perfect, dude.
You get your phone?
Pours are nice.
Yeah. But like I said, I haven't done nothing with it. What I planned on doing was a buddy of mine works at a shop, and I was going to ask him to when he does oil changes and stuff like that, see if he can't fill up a tote, like an actual tote you can buy in like Walmart and stuff. Fill up a tote with used oil, so I can set my block down in there and let it sit there for a week, and then come back and get it and try to roll it over before I take it to a machine shop.
No, I haven't, Pat.
I haven't either.
I've been getting some weird shit on my emails wanting me to do like promotion videos on some shit. I had a guy who was going to put outdoor lighting on the garage or in the yard or wherever I want it. I never answered him yet, but there's another guy on there that wants me to do some kind of heater shit. It seems like after you get 1K, you know, these companies start offering you shit off Amazon to promote. Some of the shit, if I think it's cool, I'll do it. You don't even need a heater down there.
Right. Was it cold at 53 degrees? Get out of here.
You said earlier something about 80 degrees all week.
Right, that's what I said. Is it chilly at 53 degrees? Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck, we're down to 24 right now.
I don't even want to look and see what the fuck it is here. What's up, Scott? Josh who? Talking about Snydertron?
It's a cold 53 degrees. Holy fuck, I wish it was 53 here. I'll tell you what though, man. Since I pulled that plates off the adjusters on the doors for the draft on that furnace, that fucking wood stove is rocking. I wish I could rock.
Hey Scott, he was in chat with us earlier. He wasn't in the video, but he left to go put his children to bed. So he said that if we were still on when he was done, he'd come back. But he was never in the video, but he was on the chat. So he may be in here. He may have saw that. He may not be. I don't know. Yeah, the humidity is what's fucked. I'm not dealing with humidity. I'm too fat. All right, good night, Kevin. Have a good night, man.
What the fuck is going on with this?
Kevin's going out of the chat. He's going to sleep.
All
He's
right,
calling
Kevin,
in.
I'll talk to you later, buddy. I'll give you a call.
What you got, Scott? What you got, Scott? Well, let me hear your religion. Nope.
What the fuck? I don't know. I ain't listening to no fucking Guns N' Roses, I'll tell you that.
Yep, fuck
Some of
that.
their shit was okay, but I don't know.
Gray with the gold wheels.
Yeah, no shit, Grady.
Gray with the gold wheels.
They live down there. They think 50's cold. They're in a Timberland fucking jacket, beanie hat. Shit, 60 degrees. I'm like that. I run hot though. Maybe it's because I'm a moped.
I'm a moped too.
Was you on that live when we talked about that?
I got off before you guys started doing that. It was either it was before I got on or it was after I got off. But that sounds bad. But I was on stream, but it was not.
The story is Rocker Pat went to the bar and he was listening to a band. And I said, "Well, did you pick up any chicks?" I said, "Because I heard they're all bigger in Texas." And he said, "Yeah, I didn't pick nothing up." He said, "Oh, they're big." So and then we were going through the chat, and then I said, "Well, it's just like a moped. They're all fun to ride. You just don't want to let your friends catch you on them." And then that was our little code secret name for the big girls. No offense if he's watching. I don't want a rack of bones either.
Yeah.
Terrence messaged Josh, told him to come back on. Or who said that? Oh, Scott?
No, I said that too, Scott.
Oh,
Scott said he knows Josh. He said have Josh come in here, and I said he wasn't here earlier, but then he got to saying what video to relate to how Josh knows him, and I was like, yeah, you should message Josh and tell him to come back.
yeah, I'm very impressed with that wood stove. Now, I wasn't at first. I mean, like I said, I couldn't figure it out. Either I could have it kicking to where it's just like burning the wood straight, and that's even with the damper closed, 2/3. It burned through the wood, or you half a turn to a turn on the dials, and it was look at, you know what that was off of?
Wax on, wax off.
Or Roadhouse.
Yeah.
During the bar, and that one guy walks up and he says he's over sitting at the table over next. He's like leaning back in his chair over there, and the table over. This older guy got this hot young chick with big old titties. He says, "Hey, buddy." He's like, "What?" He's like, "What?" He says, "You like what you see?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "Well, $20. You can kiss him." He's like, "Are you kidding me?" He says, "Nope, $20, 10 a kiss." He's like, so he goes over there. His buddies tell him, "Go, go, go." He goes over there. He grabs her titties, and he's just sitting right there. And the guy's like, "Well, hey, buddy." He's like, "What?" He said, "Well, ain't you going to kiss him?" He says, "No." He says, "Well, why not?" He says, "Because I ain't got $20. And bam, that motherfucker got punched in the head. It was cool. You never seen Roadhouse?
Yeah. Hell yeah. I was just letting you tell the story. I was just letting you tell the story.
Oh. I got too carried away to burn my fucking finger.
Dadisms, right? You know, when somebody gets excited about something and starts talking about it, let them finish.
My fucking hands are dirtier than shit, and I got stuck in the grease, smoking a grease cigarette. There's a lot of rubber burned up on that rear end. Rubber on the quarters and all that shit. I was picking it off the gusset and just throwing it on the ground.
Go wash your hands with some gasoline. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I know it. I'll probably take another shower with Thor tonight. Gordon said he's making himself a cup of coffee. Oh, no shit, Scott. Nice. Anyway, I don't know. I probably didn't say nothing to you yet. Welcome, Scott Wright. He says, "I built the turbo kit for the Firebird and wiring on the RX-7. Awesome."
Okay, so Scott, that you're talking about that white Firebird, right? The Pro Street one that Josh had.
Yes, sir, Pat. Go ahead. Just keep going.
No, that's what I had to ask. All right, Scott, I got those drag lights that were on that car. I got that wheel setup that was on that car. That's sitting in my garage right now. In the family shop. Those are going on my Monte Carlo. I have a nice.
Go ahead.
Scott asked what I have. I have a 85 Monte Carlo SS. It's all original except for the original IROC wheels on it, not the aftermarket ones. But it was parked in 2002. I've had it since January 1st, 2001 or 2021. But the long story short, this is its first year back on the road in 20 years when it was parked, 20 years ago. It's completely stock, has a stock 305 in it, stock transmission, all numbers matching. The only thing that I did to it was put the fucking IROC tire or wheels on it. So I got those wheels from Josh because I brought up that white 4-inch cow hood for his Monte Carlo SS. So that was my payment for that. That's why I have those wheels. And ironically, he sent me the picture of them on his black SS he had. And that's the reason why I wanted them, because they look good on his SS. They're going to look good on my SS.
That's what I'm going to do the El Camino, Scott, is make it a cruiser. Get rid of that. I mean, my buddy Dave, the one that did all the body work and the paint on the car, he's got a 400 that his customer has a 67 Chevelle, and it comes factory with a 327. He's getting ready to redo that car, and he's taking that bone stock 400 with a quadrijet out of that Chevelle, putting an original 327, motor back in it, and then I get the 400. So I wasn't doing that, but if my kid really wants to step up, then I'll. Oh shit! So you're friends with Brandon too?
But Scott,
the Blazer?
as far as I was gonna say, Brandon, is that the one with the turbo Blazer, the 4.8?
Yeah,
the blue one, the 4-door.
I know him
If so,
through Instagram and shit.
if so, I know him too. You know, we were at
I met him at the
US
track. You
131.
did too.
Yeah, we was at US 131. The videos that you and Josh posted of us at 131, I'm the one that took the videos of you guys running down the track.
You did a good job, by the way. Thank you.
Well, the thing about it is that what sucks, and I felt bad because of it too. It's higher quality on my phone because I took the video from what I sent you. When I sent it through Facebook, it kind of like dumbed down the quality, and it sucked.
That's not the guy.
No, he had the orange Salinas Camaro. What?
I heard of that name though. Yeah, well, yeah. Josh was working on that orange Camaro that was in the garage. Remember, it was a burnt orange, 4th gen, or yeah.
Dude, I'm high. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Don't you remember in Josh's video, he had that burnt orange Camaro sitting there in the garage, and I think he did a turbo kit on it. He did some shit to it anyway. But Scott said he redid the turbo placement, mounted the radiator and the wiring.
Did he get a shifter from that car?
He said it came in after that video. It came here, and he ended up doing the turbo shit, etc. I thought Josh did it, but so you build that kind of shit, huh? You do headers too? Are you the guy out in K-Pac area? Oh, he could have been. I don't know. He did a video on it, and I know that. I thought he was actually working on it. He was like, "Oh, no shit, dude." I'm originally from Port Huron, and so is my wife. My wife's dad owns Dave's Auto and Truck Salvage, or did. He's retired now, but you ever heard of that? No shit, small world, dude. Small world. Fuck, I used to go to K-Pac to Bisco's all the time when I was younger. Can you hear that music? Oh, Gordon says.
I don't have it cranked up either. Yep, it's cranked up. I don't hear nothing.
Hell yeah, Scott. No, fuck. I've gotten a few fights in that motherfucker too, I tell you. Well, yeah, some corn-fed mopeds over there, boy. Oh my God. Dude, my old lady found a fingernail in our van one time, and she thought it was a chick from Bisco's, or I'm like, you're fucking crazy. Oh no shit. They tore that fucking piss hole down finally, huh? I mean, you go in there and piss, dude, in the bathroom, and it smelled just straight up like piss. Worse than our house. But I spent a lot of time and money in that place. So did her dad. Yeah, don't let your friends catch you on one, Gordon. The mopeds. They probably did, Pat. They probably did, buddy. They had everything else there, I tell you that. Well, I got some horror stories, but I ain't gonna do it right here live on the internet. I might be divorced tomorrow. I never, ever had sexual relations with them girls. Who said that? What president said that?
Fucking Bill Clinton.
Oh, look at Scott. Oh, for sure. Had one armed girls at Bisco's. Dude, they had a chick there when I was going there that had matchsticks put through her titty rings and light her titties on fire. And back then, she was kind of older. So if she's still there when Scott was there, and holy fuck, no wonder they shut the place down.
Yo,
Grammy. There with his buddies all the time too, and just have a blast. I mean,
God damn, man.
Away with a lot of shit in this. It's right across the street from Big Truck Stop too. Well, it was. So, there's like all the truckers go over there. So, them, that's basically what they're making their money on. People coming out of Canada over the fucking bridge. First titty joint is on Bisco's exit with a truck stop. Oh yeah, them truckers were there all the time. So, but us country boys, we'd go there just for the hell of it on a Saturday night, just raise hell. So sweet. It's awesome. Somebody from my old stomping ground that knows the area. That
is one sexy bitch.
Was a classy establishment.
Huh? That thing. Seeing that tire tucked up in there, that's fucking sexy as shit.
I really got this swim put on yet. See that?
That's what I want the SS to look like, tucking them bitches in there.
I like them when they're tucked like that. I think that looks cool. I tell you what, it's a bitch to get it in there.
I saw you fighting with it.
Even the ground effects were cut back a little bit, and I don't want to just jam it in there because there are sharp pieces of fiberglass still and aluminum. I mean, they did a nice job trimming it. I got to trim one piece of aluminum that I don't like. They took the wheelhouse and they started coming back with it. Well, they didn't follow the chassis. They just dropped it for like a little wall, but it ain't connected, so it's just flopping. I want it to follow the chassis coming back, following the bars down, and then it'll be perfect. You can actually get in there and work. I mean, you're not going to get in there or here to work. That fills out that tire well or that fender well pretty good.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can still go. I bet you there's at least 4 inches wider on the back, on the inside. And if that's a 14-inch wheel, you can put a 16 on that, so there's no problem. I mean, it's built to be tubbed out. You know what I mean? I'm going to be running small tires on it. That's a 29. Even a 28 with 28 10.5. It's going to be a badass small tire truck, dude. Me and I ain't going to call her the old lady. Me and the wife, after I did that last video saying, I'm about ready to sell this pile.
Yep.
We sat down and we kind of crunched some numbers. And there's over $20,000 sitting there already.
Yep.
Can you believe that, dude? I can't. I mean, but I have to because I spent it.
They say money can't be
for too. All my credit cards are paid off that I used when I bought the chassis in the truck, and then I bought the engine. And this is the first time that I haven't built my own fucking race engine. You know what I mean? And I got screwed on it because the cam's all nicked up. You know what I'm saying? The rockers were crashing into the guide plates, and and I'm telling you had the wrong push rod length. You cannot bottom your rocker out into the guide plate. So, you know what I'm saying? And expect it right. And then I pull the intake off and look down in there, and Yeah, it's a hydraulic roller cam from it's a Howard, but it fucking got gouges out of number one intake and number one, 1 and 3, because they were on the opposite sides, but two lobes next to each other. One was an intake, one was an exhaust. So, what the fuck happened to them two lobes? Chewed right the fuck up. I mean, big, deep gouges. I think I showed it on a video. But, man, I spent $7,000 fucking dollars on that engine. And here I am, I'm tearing it right down to nothing. When it comes back from Jason, the engine's coming back out, putting it on the stand, and I'm fucking blowing it apart. I'm checking my own bearing clearances. I'm checking my own ring gap. I'm checking the crankshaft end play, camshaft end play. I'm going to degree my own cam. I don't trust nothing no more. And I thought we were supposed to be buddies. I just met him. I bought a shit ton of parts off him. That's when we got that rear end out of Tyler's Monty. Grand National rear end already built up, But he had somebody build the shit. He never did it himself, so I can't blame him. You know what I mean? He's a good guy. But whoever did the work for him didn't know what the fuck they're doing. I tell you that. I mean, that's just on the top end. I checked when I first went over there and we just started making this deal. We fired it up in his car. He showed me time slips, and I looked at the oil pressure hot in gear, so the motor's lugged down, and it was holding 60 pounds of oil pressure in drive at 190 degrees. So that's good oil pressure on the bottom end. I haven't even touched the bottom end yet. I haven't even broke the pan loose, the timing chain cover, nothing. When it comes back from Jason and I get on the engine stand, like I said, I'm blowing it apart. And if shit's good, I'll put it back together. But I'm going to do check my own bearings. Because you don't know, you might have to split bearings. You ever heard of that, Terrence? Splitting the bearings?
Yep.
Sometimes you got to do that. You're miking out your bearings on each journal of your crank. Well, you get one cylinder that's tight. You got one that's loose. You just take an upper or lower bearing. You swap them. It makes something different on that one. That's called splitting bearings. So your clearances come out good. Your tolerances. I want to make sure that all that shit's done to mine the way I know it's got the best chance to live. So
it's like a tire rotation. That's all it is.
Where are we on the comments?
Place was classy establishment. What motor you got in the Elko or the Blazer?
It's a 508 big block Chevy, and we got a set of Dart 360 aluminum heads sitting right there, all done up with their big time ported. Badass set of heads sitting there. So it's a 508 short block with Dart 360 heads. I got a 1150 Dominator going on it, and a little bit of spray.
A little bit.
400 turbo trans. 9-inch Ford. It's all back brace, gusseted. Full 2 chassis truck though. All chrome molly. It's a light son bit right there. Well, I don't know. I'm saying light. Hopefully with the trans and the motor and everything in it, I want to be 2250 to 2500 tops. Tops. Yeah. I'm still old. I'm old, dude. I like my old school shit. My old small blocks, my old big blocks. Jason Jason Waters out of Schwartz Creek, Michigan. JW Race Cars. That's who built that chassis. That's a full chassis truck. There is no frame in it at all. All right, Pat, man, I appreciate you, buddy.
Good night, Pat. Have a good one.
What do you think, Scott? I mean, of his work. I don't know if you ever seen. I wish I could post pictures here on the live stream. If you're saying I knew it was like Jason, but yeah, that's That fucking chassis is badass. It's double. It's double framed up front or double tubed up front. It's got your main one going through the middle, and then it all swoops out toward the edge. Hell yeah, Gordon.
He said I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
What, on Jason?
It ain't our business. It ain't my business. What's up, Hot Rod?
What's going on, Bill? Just finishing up the brakes, and I had to do some fabrication and all kinds of stupid shit. But we finally got the fucking brake situated on the back. Calipers bolted up, lines are on it. Pads are on it with the caliper. That's a big. Oh, I get it, Scott. I get it. Some of his workers there did him wrong on shit. And but he fixed the issue that I had on this already. But Jason, he's a full-time machine operator. I'm not sticking up for the guy because, like I said, I just met him through this deal. But I mean, if you can build a fucking chassis and it works, I mean, I've seen some of the cars that he's built before too. But I took it down there and had the chassis shortened 3.5 inches to put it back to stock wheelbase, stock location. That way the wheel fits in the fender or the wheel wall on the front clip perfectly centered because it was extended. The tire was damn near touching the front fender. And then there was some shit that come up, on bracketry for the front clip that I was not happy with. And I showed Jason, and he took care of it, no problem. And he fired the fucking guy because of the welds that he looked at. So everyone has had their thing in the past. Yeah, he's a machine operator, dude. He works a full-time fucking job and does this just as a hobby to make extra money or whatever. I mean, I got a buddy here in Bay City that owns A&W race cars. They're out of Freeland. I don't know if you ever heard of them, but his name's Al Waginski. And I was going to have him actually go and do a once over on the 4-link, make sure, you know what I mean? But another buddy, but he's got a legitimate chassis shop that he works at full time, all day long, every day. They build chassis and race cars. And I was going to have him do some work. I don't know about 4-link yet. I'm about to find out. But I mean, everything, all the welds look good on the chassis. I mean, it looks as long as the fucker works. I mean, but that's up to me to tune it, I guess. But it should be all right. Should be a pretty badass truck when it's done. Yeah, I'd like you to come check it out, dude. I know you know what you're talking about. And look at the shit. All the welds look, they're all tigged and shit. Well, like I said, there was a couple brackets that came off of the front clip that looked like he just stuck up and fucking blind and just let the MIG gun go. And I showed him, I was like, man, he's like, fuck that. He was pissed. And he said, bring it back. And I'm bringing it back. But he's got some other shit to do because I trade him a bunch of parts too. But I'm sure you'll see it, dude. I mean, fuck, I know the area you're in. It'll be going down to Port Huron for their little. They have that Port Huron cruise deal. I'm just going to pull it in and set in the parking lot with a bunch of my buddies when it's all done. So if you ever go down to Port Huron for one of them cruise weekends, come check it out, dude. Or shit, come to Bay City and come check it out now. All right, I gotta go piss. Hold down the fort, brother. Hold down the fort.
I got you. Drinking my beer. Yeah, I think my end goal for my Monte Carlo is going to be what he's doing right now with that Blazer. Being a get the chassis done up, just drag spec it out. You know what I mean? Like it's probably going to be LS and twin turbo, but in the end game, it's probably going to be what he's doing with the Blazer. But right now, I wanted to enjoy it as the stock form, and then next year I'm going to enjoy it as being a upgraded form because of the 350 that's got the cam in it, and then eventually it's going to be race stuff like that. I don't know how long the transition is going to go, but it's going to end up like that. Unless I find something different, man. I think what I want to do with this SS is end up like that. But if I'm going to end up having a fucking car that's a muscle car that's just a cruiser, don't hop it up, don't fuck up the originality of it. I'm going to go for my dream car, which is the 67 GTO. That will be my original, no upgrades, just cruiser as it came from the fucking showroom. That's what I would do. '67 GTO. Or 69 Camaro. I'd probably go for the GTO first. Definitely would.
Wood stove, engage.
LS 400 Holly and turbos, badass retard. You can take anywhere. I mean, I get that, but at the same time, this Monte Carlo ain't gonna be that. It's gonna go from the stock form it is now to the cam 350 to where I get the sound and want to get more performance. You know, it's gonna trick me into spending more money. It's gonna trick me into spending more money. And eventually, it's gonna be that I can't make it a cruiser. It's got to be, it's an SS. It's got to live up to its name. It's got to fucking dominate. It's got to go fast. It's got to beat everybody. It's got to be pissing people all the time. That's just what it has to be. That's the SS name. You got to live up to it. You got to the Intimidator, dude. Think about it. Dale Earnhardt back in the 80s was running a Ford Thunderbird, and he switched from Ford, the Thunderbird, to the G-body Monte Carlo SS just because the car was better. He went from a different team and different manufacturer straight to the Monte Carlo SS because of how badass it was. But that was in race spec. They had the Aero Coupes then and everything. They were he was dominating everybody with that car. And that's the only thing that drives me to upgrade this car is because if you have a Monte Carlo SS and it looks that aggressive, it needs to be that aggressive. You can't just have an aggressive looking car. You gotta have, if it looks like it's pissed off, it has to be pissed off. And I have to do the nameplate right. That's it. I know it sucks that I have to do that to an all original car, but in the end, we have to enjoy our cars. And that's exactly what I want to do. I just want to fucking enjoy it. And if I want to put a fucking badass motor into it and I want to do burnouts, that's what the fuck I'm going to do. I think the car deserves it. The car came from the factory with a stupid fucking engine, a 305 high output. Fuck
Yeah,
that motor.
smog grayed out.
135 horsepower. Fuck you. Radio, yes. Interior, no. I'm not gonna have a full interior in it.
You ain't gonna
It'll
put the
be
back
two.
seat shit in it?
Nope, it'll be two fucking bucket seats, like two Kirkies, maybe two Brides, something, some kind of racing seat. Two of them. There's gonna be a fucking shifter in the middle of it. There might be carpet. I don't know. And a dashboard, but there's gonna be fucking gauges everywhere.
What are you talking about, Gordon? I thought I did answer that. Boy, I sat here this fucking long and that slick still ain't put itself on. Full interior, dash carpet, black seats, holly, screen dash, don't gut it. Yeah, you can't find them car. I wouldn't gut it either. Maybe some suspension mods, and you can put a 4-point cage in it. That's just basically a hoop and your door bars, and still be comfortable. You can put kids in the back seat, whatever. The dog in the back seat when you go do your pull. You're taking the back seat out. You ever can't tell him what the fuck, he's his own man.
Yep.
That's like when my kids riding around with one Kirky seat and one fucking stock G-body seat. I said, either get another Kirky and put in it, or take and put the stock bucket back in it for the driver's side. It looks stupid with one Kirky and one stock seat. I know Kirkys are expensive, but
no, I didn't say I was going to.
$20 an hour.
I didn't say I was going to get rid of the interior in the back seat. It's just not going to be in the car. I'll still have it. I can still put it in. It just won't be in.
And for the weight that a back seat is, though, it ain't. People, I bet you that back seat probably don't weigh, the upper and lower of the back seat, probably 8 fucking pounds.
Well, I'm talking about the headliner, the fucking plastic trim around the quarter windows. I'm talking about all of it.
You're getting dogged up by 2 people. Better listen to Grady. You know Grady. Stop that crazy talk, Terrence. It must have been the 3 or 4 6-pack. I don't know, but look at the shape he's in. His head is like a football. I think he's gonna die.
Scott, you're probably
I like the stock dash of a Monte Carlo if it's got the tack, oil pressure, amps, and everything works. You know what I mean? I think them dashes look pretty cool for a stock.
I got the rally gauges. Yeah, I got the rally gauges.
You ain't going no LS though, are you? Are you an LS man or are you old school?
The end game will be LS twin turbo. End game. It's staying small, regular small.
Naturally aspirated NA or NA LS would be a perfect cruiser. I'm not against LS. I like LS. I'm so old though. I mean, I've been fucking with small black Chevys, big black Chevys, olds, 455s, 403s in the old Trans Ams forever, dude. I mean, this newer shit, coil on plug shit, and you gotta have a computer to run it. You gotta have a fuel pump to run it. I don't know. I'm stuck in the olden days, I guess, but I still make my shit run decent, and it don't blow up every fucking other pass. That would suck going and blowing your shit up on the second pass all the time.
Is that a shout out at somebody?
No, I'm just saying.
Call out Cletus?
He does it too.
You call out Cletus?
No, that's the only, I don't know. I'll shut up. It must have been a 3 boys that. Yes, sir. Always runs. Shot at you? No. I feel bad for some of this shit, you know, now that I said it, but it wasn't directed towards anybody, just in general. You see people putting boost on these junkyard LS motors and um, all this, and you blow them up in fucking 2 passes or the first pass out, they blow up. You know, that I know they're starting to catch on to what they're doing with them. So the junkyard is up in prices. You know, now they're like $1,000 a piece. You know, I mean, even if you can find everybody snatching them up. I had a nice one, and I had a 5.3 aluminum headed. I don't know what they'd call it in 2004, but it was a 2004 GMC 2-wheel drive pickup truck with a 5.3 and the 4L60 trans, and that fucking thing ran good. And the truck, you know, it was decent when I bought it, but I drove it for like 5-6 years, and I sold it to my boy, you know, and he drove the balls off it. So, but that was a good candidate right there for an LS swap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At an idling Garrett on 30 pounds. Yeah, see, that's another thing about LS motors. I'm not dogging them, but the motherfuckers always have oil pressure problems. Always. Hell yeah, Bill even said he's old school shit. I just don't like the, yeah.
Yeah, DNR
Auto.
Auto.
Step out of my comfort zone and start learning new shit. You know what I mean? I'm building, you know, I can build it, but the tuning part of it is what's fucking tricky. And they say it's an easy swap, but you got injectors, you got, you know, obviously piping and all the fab work ain't shit because Scott does that, but then you got a fuel pump, you got the computer and the wiring harness, the dash, fucking dash, a dash alone, a Holley dash. I think it's a, what they call it, 6-inch, $1,000.
Now you know why the Caprice
Hard Auto, he blows his up every fucking time he puts one in. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't stabbing people. It was just, that's another example. He didn't even get one pass out of that Nova, and he blew it up. This small block Chevy's got fucking, I don't know. Let me count. You guys ain't gonna believe it, but I'm telling you honest, God fucking true. I swear my mom's grave. This engine is, let me see, 5 years old. It's probably got 20 fucking passes on it. Very little drive time. It's probably got, for mileage, 3,500 at tops. 3,500 miles tops on this engine. I could actually go in there. I reset the trip on there, and it's always had a speedometer cable. Speedometer cable ain't right. It reads faster than what it's actually going, but not many miles in 5 years.
All right, Scott. Scott said it's bedtime.
All right, Scott. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
See you, brother.
Don't be a stranger.
I was going to say the same thing.
In person, dude. Oh, yeah. Hey, email me, Scott. Let me get your number from you if you don't mind. It's H1971elcamino@yahoo.com. Or it's in, on all my descriptions in my videos. I usually leave my email. Hit me up, dude. Let me get your number.
Hey, let's set it up next time I come up there. I'll be in the Monte Carlo and have him come up and meet up with us. So I can get made fun of for wanting to get Get my Monte Carlo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just stuck in my old ways. I never thought I
Says
was a
Josh has the
fabricator.
number.
See, I never got into
Josh has the
fabrication
number.
shit. What's that, Terrence?
He wrote in there. He said, "Shit, I don't remember that. Josh has my number. Ask for it."
All right. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Somebody from my old
Yes.
stomping ground area.
See you, Scott. Oh, I'm old.
Gordon said he raced a stub-nosed van.
This stream has been going on
Maybe
for
you get over
4
here and try and
hours.
wrestle this fucking slick up here, though.
This stream has been going on for 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Another pile of tools that I gotta put away. But you know what? I know shit's done right now. Get returned. Oh yeah. Look at that.
I was born in '86, so I grew up around the absolute tail end of muscle in the '80s. So the G bodies were it for me. That's why we were talking about my Monte Carlo. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their version of what their mental picture of what hot rodding is, what um, having a passion for cars is. Like their mental picture of it. Some people's in the 40s, some people's in the 50s, some people's in the 10s and 20s. There's people that like the newer stuff, like the new Chargers and Challengers and shit like that.
God damn.
You all right over there?
There we go.
Yeah, Grady. Technically, the LS motor is a small block Chevy. Technically. I know I'm not talking about physically, like any kind of relation to each block. I'm just saying, like, cubic inch wise, like it's still a small cubic inch Chevrolet motor, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the same as a 350 small block Chevy Gen 1, 2, whatever, compared to an LS series motor. I'm not saying they have similar things. I'm just talking about cubic inch size small block Chevy motor. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Yeah, my first love for hot rods came from my grandpa's best friend had a 67 C10, had a 454 on Corvette rally wheels with some white letter tires on it. And that motherfucker was mean. That thing was mean. That's all I can say. I don't know what all he done to the block, but that thing was mean. That 67 C10, that's always gonna be it. The LS motor, Grady, yeah, I know. I know Ford did the modular engine first, and that's what they designed it off of. I get it. I know. A GM guy, a Chevy guy, sees that and addresses it. I get it. I didn't say we coined the phrase. But with the Monte Carlo, let's keep it regular small block Chevy up until it's full race spec. Once some digital shit involved. Once there's shit with tuning and fucking screens and ECMs and all that shit involved, then I'll worry about all the technical shit. But I wanted to stay small block Chevy for a while. I'm not doing the full race spec anytime soon. I wanted to stay carbureted small block Chevy. Yeah. I can't say that I built the only motors that I've actually built is inline sixes, Toyotas, like 1JZs and shit. And that wasn't even professional, that was just rebuilding the motor. It was in an auto class. Toyota Cressata. I forget the year. I've done a couple of those, though. It's not just the one. So, and I'm not even an import guy. I'm not even an import guy. I mean, I like certain imports, but I mean, I got all full-size GM vehicles. I got a fucking Suburban with a 3-inch lift kit. I got a 91 Caprice. I got an 85 Monte Carlo. I got a ZR2 S10 that's a 5-speed. And I got a fucking 79 El Camino. I like full-bodied GM vehicles. But the only motors I've built and rebuilt are fucking Toyotas. Well, no more beer. Yep, this is kind of old man's garage. We talk about cars, women, dogs, beer, temperature. The only thing we ain't going to talk about on here that will not be allowed is fucking politics. We ain't talking about politics on here. Herb, when we going to see that thing on the ground, man?
We're getting close. I just grabbed this. Whoa.
She's fine. Right, Gordon. The way I think is, with the way that shit's going nowadays, what happens when computer systems and power grids go down and there's EMP shocks to where it wipes out all electronics and shit? If you got a carbureted fucking vehicle, all you need is air, spark, or air, fuel, and spark, right? There's no computer. If it's carbureted, there's no computer to fuck that up. What's up, Leighton? You back for the first time?
Damn, come on.
Leighton, how old are the kids? Are they babies? I mean, all right. Not saying the 2-year-old, but for the 4 and 6-year-old, have you thought about doing melatonin chewables for kids? Melatonin's natural. That's what we use to go to sleep. Grady, I like those GTOs, but I like the Chevy SS better. Yeah. Gordon, Scott has been gone for like 10 minutes now, man. You gotta catch up on the video. See if you can't drag your line forward on the video to come current, because you're like 10 minutes back. Yeah, Grady, those Chevy SSs are the same thing as like a Holden from down in Australia. But I don't like the Caprices, like the cop ones. I don't like the Caprices. I don't know why. I just think they don't look attractive at all.
Here she comes. Going to the ground. Oh, shit. My block on my deck bottomed out first. I didn't compensate for the fucking caster. But
She's on the ground though. Fuck it.
it's about an inch off the ground, tires are. I can't get the jack out. I'm about to put a block of wood under them casters back under it. But either way.
Yeah, Grady. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. The final countdown.
Only if it was that and we could fire the son of a bitch up, huh? Well, at least I'll know the back brakes are done to my liking.
Right. At least you don't have any questions about it, second guesses.
I know there ain't nothing fucking grinding and touching, and I actually bent that caliper bracket. I thought I'd have to heat them up, but my BFF and me did a good job on it. big fucking bar. I'll tell you what, man, that wood stove is very, very impressive today. It's 21 degrees, and I'm sweating with no insulation in the ceiling yet. Yeah, I can already tell jacking the coil springs to the top ain't gonna make it much difference. But we did put an inch taller tire on it too. So if we don't drag ass out getting on the trailer, I think it's gonna need at least a 4 to a 6 inch longer coilover. So I can get it the right height where I want it.
So I got a question for you. Are you planning on putting a bumper back on that, or are you gonna just smooth it out
I'm
with
trying to
a?
find a roll pan, a company that makes a roll pan. But with the Extreme Blazers, they got these stupid ground effects, and you can't just chop it off and put a roll pan on it, or it's going to look stupid. So I thought about cutting off just the back part of the ground effect, and then taking a chunk out of it, sliding it forward, and then reattaching it somehow. I don't know how I would do it yet. But that's all one piece that goes all the way from the front of the wheel, or front of the back wheel, all the way to this back corner. That's all one piece. So I don't want to put a bumper on it because that son of a bitch is heavier than hell.
All right, so listen to what I'm going to tell you. Like I've had my ZR2 for a while, and my buddy that I've been talking to on Messenger, the one I said is like doing the seasonal depression and shit, and that kind of thing. Him and I and the chat that I was in, we were in a administrator chat for that page. Is the S10 Mafia? It's based out of Michigan. He lives in Michigan, right past Toledo. So I mean, I've been around S10s. I see S10s all day long. We talk about S10s all day long. So, and I had to do that for effect. What people do is instead of you trimming the bottom part of the ground effects kit in the rear to fit, what they do is they go halfway up on the back side of it and cut it out and notch it up. And then they divide it that way. That way you don't have to mess with that downward slope line for the bottom of the body kit. So they cut the top, like right above the upskirt. Like you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, the bottom wing there.
Right, and instead of cutting it like normal person would from the back, they'll fucking come up at the bottom of that fucking slope and French it up. That way you don't have to cut and section and make special pieces and do this and this, that, and the other. They'll come up from the bottom.
I think this is like a rubber molding over a steel frame type ground effect. That's not fiberglass.
Right.
I mean, there's fiberglass around the fucking wheel wall. That's fiberglass for sure.
Yeah.
That's fiberglass here for sure. But this is like a rubber bullshit.
Yeah, it's like that malleable stuff. It was made to where if you were to drop the ass in, like if you were coming out of a parking lot or something, and you turn too sharp and you drop the ass end off of a curb, it would be able to flex, so it would snap back. It's like a malleable, like a rubber, like a horse rubber. Yeah. So what I'm saying,
when you paint that shit, you got to put that fucking rubberized shit in your paint too. When you when you paint nose cones on like Firebirds, the pork gens.
Yeah.
You got to have that flex shit in your. I think it's your hardener that they do it in. They mix it with your hardener that way it's flexible. That way it don't crack out. But yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. That makes sense to me.
So what they did is instead of making that downward slope, which is a pain in the ass, what they did is they took it and they cut it, and then they would bring that whole scenario inwards. Like they wouldn't cut it flush; they'd cut it further in, like under the direct side of the fucking tail light there.
Yeah.
They cut it further back. That way, when they cut that section off, they just plop it in, and all the lines line up, and you have just have that top that goes from that you cut short goes up to the tailgate. That line. That's the only piece you have to make is basically the corner of the bumper, the French in on both sides.
Yeah, because it would wrap around like with a body line. You could fucking put
Yep.
one of them roll pans on it, fiberglass or rubber roll pan, whatever the fuck they are. Make it look a little bit better. Yeah, I got the bumper in the back room, and I tell you what, it feels like that son of a bitch is at least 60, 70 pounds. It's heavy. So the bumper inside that front clip, like I said, I'm going to make a way to where I can lose some of that weight. The inner fender walls ain't chopped out or nothing. I don't know. I really don't want to chop that shit out. I'm going to leave it the way it is. I think it sturdies it more up in my eyes.
Right, it keeps that front end.
But the front bumper, I'd like to leave the mounts there in the molding, but cut the center section out. You know what I mean? And that front bumper, I guarantee, is heavy too. Still got the factory hood on it, which I'd like to put one of them. What do they call it? Sunoco hood scoops. Sunoco hoods on it. It ain't like the cowl induction, but it's like almost like a teardrop shape to give you a little bit. Because I am running one of them. You're gonna have your nitrous plate, and then I'm running an HVH sucker like I am on my small block, a 2-inch, and then the Dominator. So you're looking at 3 inches of just, your nitrous plate's an inch. So, and then a 2-inch spacer, and then the 1150. So I need, however close that is to the hood, you know what I mean? A lot of people like flat hoods and shit, which I do too. I think they look cool, and this is all steel, all glass, VIN number. It could be plated. It still has a VIN number in it. That part of the fucking dash is still there in the cowling, which was cool when they cut, when they tube chassis a vehicle, they got that to a shell. It's a shell that's going on top of the chassis. That's why there's aluminum inner structures and shit all through that. I need to do a video on the inside, and everybody's seen the rear end part of this truck, but the most impressive part is like mid to the front. It's all X'd and double framed, double chassised, and it's fucking impressive from like the front wheel or the rear wheels to the front wheels. The center section is real nice. Hell yeah, Gordon, making some fucking memories, brother. It's better than sitting out at the bar, right? You could be out at the bar right now.
Fuck that.
We got about a half hour, though, and I'm probably going to end it. That's going on 5 hours. I don't think anybody would sit and watch this shit for 5 hours. I don't know. We had a pretty good night, though.
I did. I'm here.
You hosted it mostly, but that was cool. I got some shit done that I needed to get done. Ain't nothing happening on the other shit. Grady. I don't want no air breather coming out of my hood, Gordon. Hell no. Hell to
I got a 4-inch fiberglass hood to put on my ZR2.
So the hood might be different. Didn't you say the chassis was wider on a ZR2?
Yeah, but The chassis has nothing to do with the body. The body panels are the same, and the reason why I tell you that is from experience. When I got the truck initially, since it had the ZR2 package, the off-road package, it has the wider fender flares because the wider tires. From the factory, they came with 31 and a half by 15s, 3150 by 15s. That's what they are. So that's the factory tire. So they have the fender flare from the factory. Well, when I got my truck, the fenders were all rotted out because those fender flares would hold salt and moisture and start rotting the metal out around it. So my truck technically has two front fenders of a regular S10 and the bed
What
of a
year is that?
regular. That's a 2003.
See, this is an '04, so same fucking thing.
Right. So what I'm getting at is the
What I'm
body
in,
panel.
what I'm getting at, give me that fucking hood.
The body panels will bolt up. And
Huh?
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this from experience. Like the body panels will bolt up because the fenders I have on the ZR2 are non-ZR2 fenders, and the bed I have on it is a non-ZR2 bed. The way you can tell a ZR2 frame, a 4x4 frame, or a ZR2 package frame between a regular 4x4 frame is the leaf perch for the leaf spring, the rear leaf perch on the rear of the frame behind the rear diff, or I mean before the rear diff. The regular 4x4s, their leaf perch, the front leaf perch was kind of like squared off. With the ZR2, it's a triangle. It's a longer set because they're supposed to have more flex with the off-road package.
Yeah, give it more
So
lift too.
right, it gives the leaf spring further travel away from the frame. That's all it is.
Oh yeah.
So with that being said, I mean, next time I come up there, I plan on being in the SS, so I don't think I'll be able to bring the hood with me, but I'll send you pictures of it. With every fiberglass hood, it doesn't fit correctly, so you have to adjust fenders and this, that, and the other. So,
Oh yeah, dude.
um,
I was in when I had Josh's white S10. I was actually looking for a ZR2 8.5 to put under that until I went and looked at one, and the rims were offset all to the back. It's like the rear end was real wide to compensate for them fender flares that you were talking about. They put a
yeah,
wider rear end under it. So under a stock S10, you're in the same boat as the 8.8 because you have to have such a off. I like the offset wheels like this, where they're all in. And you
right.
got a deep dish looking wheel.
Yeah, but with the ZR2s, like you're going on right now. Sorry to interrupt, and
Oh, you're good.
this is going on to what you're saying. My ZR2 outside, it has the factory wheels on it, and they're flush mounted. They're not concave. They're not inside. They're not zero. The back spacing on it isn't all funky. It's
Well,
flush mounted.
if you got an 8-inch wheel, you should have at zero. You got to have 4 inches to the front for your back spacing, and then 4 inches to the rear. And a lot of times they got on like the S10s with the 8.8 swaps, they got to have a
Mhm.
5-inch back spacing. So that means you only got 3 inches of the actual face of the rim or the wheel.
Mhm.
And it doesn't make it look like a deep dish, you know what I mean? Because that's what they do. They put the 8.8s out of them Explorers and S10s and just leave them stock instead of cutting the long, because they come with a long tube and a short tube. A lot of guys just switch the long tube out for a shorter tube off the other side, and that's fucking perfect. Then you can put a decent wheel under it, so it doesn't look so like the wheel's so narrow. But it's
Yeah,
all tucked under the truck is what it is, because they got such a deep back, offset. Where this
absolutely.
if that's a 14-inch wheel, that fucker's probably got 10 inches of, or is it 4 inches of back spacing on a 10-inch front. Because there's a lot of wheel between that and the hub. And I noticed the chassis is supposed to be square, but the driver's side tire is closer to the ground effect. I can fit one knuckle, like my fingernail, in between the ground effect and the slick on the other side. I come over here and it goes right straight up, right up to my fucking hand. So it's definitely more to the driver's side. But if the chassis is squared off the chassis, not the body, there ain't much you can do about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But is it square?
What is square? What is drunk? I don't know.
Well, we're about to find out. It's going
I've
down.
already
I've had this truck down there 3 fucking times, dude. I wanted this one to be the last time, and it will be. I've read a lot and watched a lot of videos and trying to understand Four-Link, and I think I pretty much got it down to where I know the basics. I'm no fucking genius. I know how to measure my crank line, center line to the bottom of my back wheel, and where they intersect, that's going to be my 0 instant of gravity. And then when you set your ladder bars up, you either can go, you're already at 100 at 0. Your 0 point where you're, so if you go below them, you're putting squat into your vehicle. You go above 100 on your anti-squat line, and you get separation on the rear. And with slicks, I was told you want a little squat. So, like I said, I've been doing a lot of racing. I hate asking fucking people to do shit. Plus, I have to pay the fucker too. I really believe in it's your own vehicle. You should do your own fucking work. I mean, obviously not chassis work or nothing like that. Cutting the front end off and doing all that bullshit, but changing a Four-Link setup or, I can do shocks and all that shit. I already know I can do that, but you got to learn the fucking I've always had ladder bar cars. The El Camino's got ladder bars on it. Heard we're going to cut the rear wheel off. What? It's not touching. But I'm glad it's done. Now I can get the front end away from the wall, get the heads put on it, roll it out the door, get the front clip put on it, which I'll be doing a video on that shit. I'm doing a video on me getting the head swapped over and all that. I wasn't going to post another video of me doing brakes, and I said I would. Yeah, we did it on live stream, but whatever.
Didn't do it on YouTube.
I did 2 videos on the rear brake, but I knew what I had to fucking do. I didn't want to do it, but what are you gonna do? I'm happy with the way it turned out. I mean, there's brakes on there. Now I just got to run the lines. That's a major step in the build, right?
Yeah, being able to stop. Yeah, being able to stop. Oh, yeah, it is.
I got this roller project for you. First thing I always fucking wonder is you got brakes? Is everything plumbed in? And a lot of these cars, you see people give up on these builds, and they're just like when I was doing that video. Like if I would have washed my hands of that and just said, fuck it, sell everything, they'd be getting the same shit. You got the shit there, but it needs all to be pieced together and like a jigsaw puzzle. That's what pissed me off. I mean, I can't believe, I don't understand. I still don't know how in the fuck they ran them pads that they said they ran. I couldn't get them in there. And with that fucking bracket being bent the way it was and rubbing on that caliper, I probably didn't even need to clearance that caliper. I could have probably just tweaked it like I did with my BFB, and it would have clearance it. So you figure if you're rubbing the caliper on the rotor, what's it tell you? The caliper's got to come up. Then you're going to have the clearance, right?
Yeah.
So I clearance the rotor first before I bent the brackets like a fucking idiot. Is basically what I'm saying.
Well, it's better to be safe than sorry.
And I already knew in my mind because I said it in the video that now that I'm thinking about it, I said in the video, I was like, yeah, I'm going to bend, I need to bend this bracket up to get it off. It looked like it was on an angle. So I already knew I was going to do that. And then I still spent the time to flap just that caliper down so it didn't rub. Idiot.
Yeah, I sent you the 4. I sent you. Do I have another one?
Shit,
Yeah.
Grady said. You know that truck?
No, not yet. I just sent you 5 pictures on your messenger of that hood.
I told you my phone don't work out here. Look at it. I'll set it here by the computer and see if it goes off. My phone's being stupid, dude. I want a GoPro. My kid's computer crashed or was getting weak. And we ended up getting them a new effects unit for the inside of the tower. That was $400. And I wanted to get a GoPro, to start doing videos with and, up my game a little bit. But with Thor being sick, you know what I mean? I can't spend that money. I can't dive into my nest egg for a GoPro right now. I had to have the kid's computer up and running because he does my videos. He probably likes me on live because he ain't got to edit these ones. I just put monetize, and they probably won't monetize this one though. Beer drinking and hell raising.
Yeah, and chain smoking.
Speaking of that, I gotta go take me a piss.
Yeah, Grady, the ZQ8. I wish I had those wheels so I could put up my Monte Carlo right now. My Monte Carlo has factory Camaro IROX on it, not aftermarkets, whatever. It's just the actual factory 16 IROX on it. But I want a set of those ZQ8 5-spoke wheels that kind of look and resemble like a newer version of the IROC. You know what I mean? What's up, Stag? Yeah. At first, I wanted this car to be just a regular, original Survivor, restored rotisserie, this, that, and the other. And then I got into the stage of me wanting to put this cammed motor in it. And then I thought about the full race spec, like what's going on with the Blazer here. And then I went to like, okay, well, maybe you'll look good as a resto mod. You know what I mean? That type of thing. And then I'm like, no, I want to be able to, when I start driving this thing, I want it to be how somebody would be able to toss junkyard parts back in the day when that car was new, in its glory day, like in the 90s, it's an 85. So we're talking about 1990 and stuff like that. People will throw other Chevy parts onto it. And that's the reason why I put those IROCs on it. But I would trade those IROCs in heartbeat instead of those ZQ8 wheels. I have the Aero Coupe style wheels, the Snowflake is what Some people call it whatever. The honeycomb snowflake wheel, whatever you want to call it. I got a set of those too. I also have the same drag lights that he's got on the Blazer right now. I got a set like that. It's not the same offset and size and all that shit, but I got a set of those too.
There you go, Terrence. The hatch is closed. And it ain't even dusty.
It is dusty. Look at that dirty bitch.
I got to put it back on the caster to get the jack out. So now I got to take my block of wood off, jack it back up, get it off the caster. But I'm going to leave it on the caster until I get the front end slid.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't expect you to do anything else.
But
Just
I
keep
can
it
get
like
the, I can get the, look at the gap between the wheel wall and the tire, and that'll tell you how
Oh, it's like 2 fingers, isn't it?
No, I'm talking up and down.
Oh hell yeah, she's tucking harder than Caitlyn Jenner.
Look,
Definitely got to when you start getting the launch correct on that thing. When she starts hooking and being competitive, you need to get some direct video, like what am I trying to say here? Full side on, to where you can see that the tire manipulation, see the suspension compress, see that tire slam up in the wheel well. You know what I mean? We got to see that action shot. That's what we got to see.
I mean, I'm going to get the kid or the wife over there to get up on the line. At Lapeer Dragway, they're lenient as fuck, and it's a narrow track. This popped up at the last minute. I said something in my video and showed pictures, but my buddy Roy's brother, Chuck, he was going there, and they had a streetcar shootout, and plus test and tune. So I was like, well, fuck. Roy's like, you want to go? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, bring the El Camino. I'm like, eh. So I did and just test and tuned it. It's pretty happy on motor right now. So, but Tyler's gauge on his bottle wasn't working, and I didn't know what the pressure was at. So I'm not gonna go out and spray not enough pressure or too much pressure and melt the fucking thing down just for being stupid, So Dave hooked me up with a gauge, and I went and bought a fitting. So I got everything.
What's up, Lloyd?
Huh?
Lloyd's in the chat.
Hey, what's going on, Lloyd?
I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
5 hours into it, you finally show up.
I was just saying hi to Lloyd. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Herb.
Oh, you're good. I was done talking anyway.
Nah.
What do you think, Lloyd? She's all tucked up.
Hey, Lloyd will be on my side with this.
It's even got brakes,
Lloyd.
brother.
Lloyd. Hey, man, they're trying to give me shit. They're starting to give me shit for saying that I want to get the interior of my SS Monte Carlo, and I want to put a bigger LS twin turbo motor into it and put a cage in it. They're trying to give me shit saying you keep it full interior, keep it just a cruiser. No, I'm not cruising a 305 piece of shit. I want a gutted race car.
What?
Same here. Had an ugly sweater party. Nice. I see how it is, Lloyd. I'm one of the biggest fans of your fucking Malibus, and I don't even get a Christmas card. I see how it is. Even Lloyd's against me on this.
He must have been watching the chat earlier and not said nothing.
All right. Even Lloyd's against me. Tyler, yes. Yes. Your boys in the party.
Make it a race car. Tyler,
Right.
you want a wheel and deal? Right here live.
Oh, here we go. Drum roll.
I'll trade you the engine and the torque converter out of the El Camino with the nitrous. You keep your carburetor, I keep my carburetor though. But you get everything, the heads, the whole 9 yards. I get your engine and your Harley. And we ain't got to worry about putting the cam in there. We'll just swap a motor. We'll take the El Camino motor and shove it in your car. Give me your motor and your Harley. What do you think of that? Terrence said, did you already talk to him about that, or are you just thinking about that, he said? Because Terrence didn't believe that. I told him I'd trade you the El Camino for your car and your Harley.
Drivetrain.
Finger talk, not real offer, Grady says.
Drivetrain for drivetrain too. Remember that.
No, Grady, I want to make mine a cruising car anyway. And my boy's out the drag race, so why not give him this engine and put it in the Monte Carlo with my converter, his trans, his rear end. Fuck, he'd be in the tens. Just like that. And I get his stock-ish motor. It's a good motor. And I put it in here and make my car a cruising car like I want. Win-win. I got my race vehicle right here.
Hey, you see what your boy said?
My car and see that? Look at the comment.
Do it.
That was my second offer.
Do it.
You give me the Monte Carlo and the Harley, and you just drive the El Camino away. But you got kids. You got to think of that.
Yeah, but you want the kids and something like that you're going to do.
Terrence, did I not say that earlier?
Yep. But I also said, yep.
Now that it's all painted and pretty.
Yep.
I got my race vehicle right here. I don't need another. I need a cruiser.
Lloyd, my SS is a 1985 SS. It's all numbers matching. It's the factory 305, the factory transmission. The only thing that it doesn't have, when I got it in January 1st, 2021, from the original owner, it did not have a headliner at all. The whole thing was out, not just the material or the cloth. The whole thing was gone. So it does not have a headliner. And I took the original rally wheels off and put Camaro IROC wheels on it. And it is gray with the gray silver color with the red pinstripe.
Terrence is the one 420 and on. There he goes again. If I did that, I'd be sleeping. Lloyd said I look Oriental.
So Tyler, come on, man.
I'm serious, Tyler. If you want to work something out on a new engine, it's brand new still. I just told these guys it ain't got very many passes on it or street miles since we built it. Nitrous goes with everything. You get the nitrous, the motor, and the converter. You got to put your distributor, your carburetor on there, but you get valve covers. You get from the water pump to the flex plate. I would trade you the engine and the converter for your motor and your Harley. I got 12 grand in that motor.
And Tyler, I was on your side with this too. I mean, I kind of talked to your dad about it, but I was on your side. I made people look at your side, saying, like when you're younger and your dad's into fucking hot rodding and shit, and he's got a badass car, you're like, I want dad's car. I love dad's car. I wish I fucking had it. That type of thing. I told him, I said, this is probably that type of deal. Like, I grew up,
he helped me build it. He told you that.
That's what I'm saying. He learned how to do hot rodding on this car. It's dad's car. He wants this car. That's the reason why he'll do it. And look at him now; he's fucking talking about doing it.
I would
I
do it
told
for my
you.
kid, though. I'd do it for my kid. I'm gonna be like Grady. One of these days soon, me and the wife, we want to get a motor home and a trailer, and we want to go down south during the winter and do like just go to Digger. I'm not saying win Digger Die. Just go down there and race. If that truck's bad enough, why not? And we get to
Right.
stop and have fun. We love camping all the way down there. That's we're working towards that goal. We want to travel and we want to race. So I would give the El Camino to fucking Tyler for a deal. But I know he would take care of it. And it ain't no don't get it wrong. It ain't no easy win. She holds her own. I think the
Right.
combination would do better in Tyler's Monty because it's lighter. This has got a quarter-inch diamond plate box in the back, which I don't know why they put that in there. Maybe to help it hook. I don't know. Because when this car first came up for sale on a marketplace, Roy told me about it. And it come up as a drag car with no title. And we're like, fuck that. Why the fuck ain't, we found out the skinny Winnie that he was going through a divorce out west, and him and his wife bought this car together, and he ended up taking the 12 bolt out of it, putting a 10 bolt in it with an open end rear end, and hooking a fucking trailer hitch to it and towing a trailer back to Michigan where he was from, and drove that car. It had a 4-speed in it and everything.
Yep. See what your boy said?
Yep.
Come on now. Come on.
His is an 81 and mine's a 71. Mine's 10 years older. But even now, that was it being 2000, in 2021, his would have been 40 years old, being an 81. So his was 41 years old. He don't realize that yet. Yours is 41 years old too, dude. Mine's 51.
Well, I mean, I was born in 86. My car is an 85. I'm 36. My car is 37.
1972 here, brother.
You know what I mean? Like, I was born right after my car was made. So my car was on the road before I was made.
This car I would have been 1 year old, and then the El Camino rolling through the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Same for mine. Same for my Monte Carlo. I was born in 86. It's an 85.
Yeah, you'd have been one rolling. And back in the day, don't get me wrong, in the mid 80s, them fucking cars were hot. They didn't know nothing about race car. Even the hot rodders back then, they were still busy racing the old Monza Spiders, the Vegas, shit like that, the light cars.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
the Pintos and shit. Yeah.
Now that them fucking cars are all gone, basically, they're like unicorns if you find a nice one.
Right.
A Vega or something.
They don't wide it up.
So you find a Vega that's in good shape that you can actually build off of. It's like a unicorn. Now they're going to G bodies, even like the 4th gen Camaros and Firebirds now. They're even, and them cars are fucking heavy from the factory.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But I got pictures of me and Tyler. Let me see if I still got it. You guys see how young Tyler looks. Fucking no service. Roll up one and pass it around, Bill says. No internet connection.
It was the last muscle. I was just watching some videos on the 70s Monte Carlos. Excuse you. Oh, hell yeah, Tyler. That's my dream car. 69 Yanko Camaro. Fuck yeah. My runner-up is 67 GTO. Everybody on here heard that earlier, but 69 Yanko Camaro, of course, absolutely magnificent choice. I agree 1,000,000%. You said left butt, but I know you said left nut. I get you. Yeah, man.
Great. He says the guy says, old guy says 60, the new guy says 40. Yeah. My favorite, I'd like to find me a 67 Chevelle.
68 for me. 68 for me.
68 goes back to this type of body style. This 60, like 65 through 68 or 67 were one body style on us all its own.
The one I'm talking about is on Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby's dad. That number 13 car. The one he learns how to, relearns how to drive in.
Yeah. Ricky Bobby.
That one. Yeah, Ricky Bobby, the quad headlight, the Ford, the two on each side.
Drive it like you got a Cougar in the back.
There's a kilo. There's a kilo of Colombian Bam Bam under the car. What are you gonna do?
I just did some more. I did a video on that old guys from Caseville 69 that I went up there and got running for him. He was too paranoid though. He wouldn't let me video too much. They wouldn't put security cameras up in front of the garage and everything after the first day I worked there. I had to come back, and then Jenny's like, "Holy fuck! Look, they got cameras up now." Within a week's time, fuck, I'm 40 miles away. So I was like, "Well, this weekend, coming up is our next day off. I'll come in, and well, me and my wife would like it if you don't video around here." That's why there was not much more on that video of that 69 Chevelle. I'm like, "Really, dude? Well, I don't want people knowing where I live just because you're in a Ritchie neighborhood on Sandpoint." Too paranoid. Oh shit! I'm about down to ashes.
Hey Lloyd, why don't you make a deal with the devil with Josh on that?
God damn. My kids should not leave that thing laying around. I drink a couple
Them
of
damn
beers.
fog machines.
I can't even fucking see the chat.
Them damn fog machines.
Oh, there we go. Oh, god damn. Cigarette got the best of me. It ain't even my shit, it's my kids. That's what he gets for leaving laying around. I drink a couple beers, think I'm fucking Superman, and I got some easily influenced.
Well, this is my last beer. I had 3 25-ounce beers.
That was your last one?
That was the last one. That's it.
Man, that sucks, Bill. Seeing that car rot in the ground and wouldn't sell it.
Scott, I thought you was heading off, brother. He said he won't get rid of that yet. Yeah, he will. You know how Josh is. All you got to do is string the fucking violin for him. Just say, hey, man, it's been sitting there for 8 months now. You need to do something with it. You don't like seeing it sit there. What do you want to do for it? How much you want for it? What do you need for it? And what do you want to trade for it? You know he'll bite that bait. It's just like fishing.
I appreciate it, Scott. How'd everything happen on YouTube tonight? You felt we were the place to go, huh? Yeah, sometimes, Bill, they get an attachment to vehicles and just let her. I'm telling you, it's sad. But Johnny's dad, he owned a salvage yard in Smith Creek. It was called Dave's Auto and Truck Salvage, making fucking hand over fist money, getting all kinds of fucking parts. He'd go down to Texas and bring back trailer loads of just race parts, rear ends, fenders, hoods for muscle cars, all old shit. But in his junkyard, he'd have the newer shit, you know what I mean? But he'd have a secret stash of old bumpers, shit that people couldn't find in Michigan that would help with their build. And he got sick in the yard, but fuck, he's got, at one time he had like, I think it was like 27 big block Chevys all lined up on metal grate or metal shelving. And he had a Quonset hut. It was like an airport hangar. It was oval. And he had metal shelves built on the side to square it up. And all of them were big block Chevys, ranging from the early 60s, the old vet big block 427s. It was a gold mine, dude. He ended up getting rid of a lot of that shit. He still got, you walk in his garage, and on his mezzanine, he has just like all big block, dual quad intakes with carburetors. Hell yeah, I married into that shit like 32 years ago, Scott. I was a Mopar man until I met her. I went Chevy because he had all the stash.
I like Mopar. I was always a fan of Mopar. I grew up in a Mopar family, but their cooling system sucks. The only thing that sucks more than their cooling system is their oiling system.
Was that a stick car, Lloyd? Oh, yeah, you said 4-speed, didn't you? Oh, yeah, 4-speed. I thought I'd seen it. Yeah. You could do that with a 305. I'll put a $100 bill on her dash and dump the clutch if you can grab it. It's yours. Stick just makes it more intense, but yeah, it's back in the day they used to do that shit all the time. That's a badass car. I think they called them the LS6s.
LS
454s.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow, that's a shame, Bill.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Yeah, I just sold a 18-degree dart setup. Yeah, the 6 main bolts that go through the side of the block on the LS is definitely better. I give it that. But going back to the reliability of it, you start putting power at around them, they don't seem to last as long to me. I don't know. I've never got into them. I guess I can't really say that because I never had an LS built up and something that I built and how it would hold up. But a lot of guys fucking blow them up, man. Like they buy them from a junkyard, they put a turbo on them, they blow them up, and go do it again. And that doesn't sound like fun to me. But I guess you could blow up a small block Chevy the same way. You put a turbo on it and oh no shit. Didn't know that. What, Cathedral port or the square port? That Andrade Racing channel, he blows them fuckers up once a week too. I don't know, it's just I've seen a lot of abuse go on a big block and small block Chevy. I don't know. I need to step out of my comfort zone and actually, before I can give a real live feedback on an LS, because I'm not that guy. I really ain't. I love my Gen 1 small blocks and my Gen 1 big blocks. I know how to make them work. Cathedral Port. Oh, no shit. Both of them do, huh? I tell you what, them fucking Dart 360s right there on his back table, them fuckers they're flowing. Next video, I'll make sure I get a good close-up of the ports and shit on that head. I was going to take them when I had my buddy go through them again, but Tyler, quit wasting your money.
He's giving you a down payment on that trade-off, Pops.
Yep. Yeah, if you can't push the air, you ain't going to make no power. All your horsepower is in your fucking head. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
That's why you see everything in my shop has badass fucking heads on it. The fucking heads on that El Camino are some pretty bad boys. And that small block shit. And I know them big block heads are going to be good. At least for the first 60 foot. Here I'm laughing. I could blow up. I can lose 10 grand. Why didn't you put 1,000 on there instead of 99 cents? They get like 10 cents, or they take majority of that. YouTube does. Well, thank you. I'm not, but I guess I could be one of them. I was watching, I don't even know what channel it was, but I was watching some channels, and they got like Cash App stickers right on the bottom of their, they got their Cash Apps information right on the bottom of their video, playing the whole video. To me, it almost seems like fucking begging. Begging for money, don't it?
Like a panhandler. You got your hand out.
Like throwing it out there, or I could have one roll across the top of the screen that says, "Buy my merchandise." You know what I mean? I don't know. Opinions are like assholes, though, dude.
Right. Five hours and 18 minutes.
Even though it's from my own boy. He could have came over here and gave me about 49 more that he owes me.
Yeah, they don't rev for nothing. Brother. They don't rev for nothing. You can't put your foot down and expect it to fucking bounce off the rev limiter. Unless you do that for a little bit.
I feel a draft, so my stove's out again. Tell you what, that fucker is kicking ass today. Pretty happy with it. Damn, she bought out.
Anybody wondering? Hold on. Whatever.
I guess we're going to see how she does with some big boys. Yo, Stove's kicking ass, man.
Last call.
Last call for alcohol. Oh, they're definitely all breakable. Rod bolts and all that shit's only going to hold up so much. For sure. Or over boost and butt a ring together and lift the land on the piston. Or shoot too much nitrous to it and melt the fucking pistons down like the old snowmobile days. Remember the old two-stroke snowmobiles?
Yep. Man.
I don't know. I'd like to actually say, you know, if I'm going to do a power adder that I'm really going to get into and be serious, not just like a little 150 plate or 250 plate like the one on the Blazer, but I'd like to get a real pro charger set up with just minimal shit. You know what I mean? Holy shit! Bigfoot Trucking's in the house. Oh yeah, I've been to Anchor Bay a lot of times. I had an old Arctic Cat El Tigre, or no, it wasn't El Tigre, but that style of body, all aluminum body, with a bad boy engine on it. We used to go down there and drag race all the time.
Have a good night, Lloyd.
Yeah, check you later, Lloyd. Monte Carlo's my boys. For a minute. No, he likes that car, dude.
Yeah, but would he rather have Dad's car because he helped build Dad's car, or would he rather have his car?
I'm sure.
So how is this going to work now? Because you're going to get this Monte Carlo, and I want you to help me assemble my hot block. But you're not going to build a better motor for me than your car has. So how is this going to work?
Why wouldn't I? You're a paying fucking customer. I do what I do. You give me the parts, tell me what you want, and we put it together. It ain't like I'm going to leave a piston out of it.
I would. I'm joking. Really joking.
Yeah, mine had a 900 Thundercat engine on it, triple. And a little El Tigre or whatever the fuck it was, but it was all geared, picked, ice picked. It would run good. If you ain't holding on, it'll rip your fucking hands right off the handlebars. But I remember the good old days.
You see what your boy said?
Yeah, because he knows I won't fit in the fuckers why he bought that little baby. It looked like I told him, what the fuck do you do? Get this off of the Walmart baby section, the Graco car seat? I had to move it when I put the radiator in it, and I had one ass cheek on the. Basically, my ass crack was right down the side post where the seatbelt comes through. Split me right up the middle. I said, Jesus Christ, you could have ordered a bigger seat. Fits me just fine. Well, it don't mean so. I can't even test drive it. I would have took it that ugly, but I don't fit the fucker. I could have did it from the passenger seat and really pissed everybody off, though.
And Happy Terrence. What?
He's telling you what you could run for your money and be happy, Terrence. Yeah, and happy Terrence. Like, you'd make 800 horsepower and be a happy Terrence. Hell yeah. Why? Did you say you're putting an LS in it?
Yeah, I'd do the LS twin turbo. That would be full race spec though. That's on the level like towards Cletus and them, like at
Well,
the top of the spectrum.
you could do like a drag and drive type deal. Look at fucking some of the vehicles, they drive thousands of miles and still have a turbo. You just had to put like a separate tank for better fuel. Leave the stock fuel pump in the back or tank in the back and cruise it. Street car at 800 horse. Stop it, Terrence. He's funny. I like him.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it. Keep saying race car.
Yeah, he went there. What was that? 2 years ago, you went on New Year's Eve and picked that car up.
New Year's Eve, or not New Year's Eve. It was.
Yeah, well, because you were on my live feed.
It was New Year's Day. It was New Year's Day.
You were on my live feed. We did one of these, 6-7 hour live feeds, and you went the next morning and picked that car up.
Yep.
That's how long Terrence has been on this channel, guys. Is over 2 years. New Year's Eve, but fuck, that's basically when we first started this shit out. Probably had 30, 40 fucking subscribers.
Yep. You just gotta be loyal to people. You just gotta be loyal to people.
Oh yeah, dude. You gotta throw up your
cruising all day, the turbo all less. He's still trying to sell me on that full interior. That's funny.
Oh, I
keep telling you, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Like, I want to enjoy it with a small block. I want to enjoy it naturally aspirated. I want to enjoy it carbureted. For as long as
this answer coming up, I can already know what he's going to be typed. He's probably on the keyboard right now.
I'm keeping it small block carbureted Chevy for as long as I can.
You already got the turbo under your bed.
Yeah, but I'm probably going to be selling it.
See, look at that, Grady. That was 400 small block Chevy, 16 pounds, 900-ish street truck with AC.
Yeah, 16 pounds. Is that turbo? Or is that
Grady's truck? Have you? Have I ever showed you pictures of Grady's truck? I'll send you some. He's got a nice fucking truck, dude. And it's a club cab OBS. Running 9s. On a small block Chevy.
Scott, anybody that's on here, on my YouTube. Now, I'm not a YouTube creator, so there's not going to be a lot of videos from me. I haven't got into YouTube like that yet. I don't have enough content to create for that yet. But my last 2 videos I made are of this Monte Carlo. So, Scott, if you want to go on my channel and look at the last 2 videos I had, it's the Monte Carlo I'm talking about. Pro Charger. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if he was on here earlier, but when Josh was here, Snydertron 3000, I asked him if I got a Pro Charger kit, if he would put it on my Suburban. My Suburban's a 2002 with a 530. My dad was a drunk. My dad called the cops on me and said that I was going to kill my dog because I wouldn't go to the store and get him beer at 9 o'clock in the morning because he had a colostomy bag. He couldn't fucking drive because he just got out of the fucking hospital for getting surgery for getting cancer taken off of his fucking colon. So fuck what my dad says anyways. I don't give a fuck. Pro Charger, yeah. I wouldn't mind having a Pro Charger in my fucking Suburban, man. I wouldn't mind it. It's a 2002 GMC Yukon XL 1500. It's the same thing as a fucking Suburban. It's a GMC Suburban. It's got a small little 3-inch lift on it, 33-inch tires, and loud pipes. Antenna windows, heated seats. That's leather with a sunroof. That's the only thing fancy that the damn truck. Weak. Spark it if you got it. Yeah, I didn't get to see my dad for the first time until I was 9 years old. The first time I saw him, his girlfriend at the time. I'm in Dayton, Ohio, Dayton area, and he lived in Columbus, Ohio, which is about an hour and a half away. His girlfriend at the time went to the bar, drug him out of the bar, tossed him in the car, and drove him to Dayton. And the first time I saw my dad, is when he was drunk. He literally went to step out of the car and fell and busted his fucking eye open. Like his eyebrow was cut, bleeding. First time I met this man.
The fuck is Herb doing? He hasn't worked all night. Now he's banging shit around.
He was out there fucking playing with his pecker.
I'll tell you what, you tried taking a piss in 21 degrees. She's cold up here. It's coming out of the north, right off the bay. Come
on for that water, boy. Fuck that. That's cold.
We're in like the little vortex. Especially, I'm basically right in the crotch of the thumb, where Saginaw Bay comes down. I don't know. You definitely. It's all that is deal like blah 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 because you don't know nothing about Michigan. How many Great Lakes do we have? One of them goes through your state. Don't Erie butt up to you? Yeah.
We have 73,218 Great Lakes.
We got 5.
I know we got 5. I live in Ohio. I know we got 5.
You ever been to Virginia or West Virginia?
I've been to West Virginia, Boone County. I've crossed the same bridge I've been to the same bridge that the Mothman was at.
You been to Boone County, huh?
Boone County, West Virginia.
Damn, you ever watch that Durkee Castle shit?
I didn't watch the Whites of Wonderful West Virginia until after I was there.
This dude's got a YouTube channel. He rips a bunch of people off asking for donations, saying he's making an album. There's another documentary coming out. Oh, yeah, the dude's full of shit, dude. But he's another internet scammer that begs for money. Hey, Michigan's a good place, man. I mean, you go down south, like towards Ohio, it gets pretty rough.
No, it gets pretty lame because
your neighborhoods. You got your neighborhoods, you get rolled. But then you go like from Flint north, and we're all good. Even Flint's a pretty rough town in Michigan. Especially these motherfuckers ain't had no water in years.
Yep.
What the fuck did he just?
I don't know, man.
Tara Terrence, what is your peach fuzz itching?
You know, while you were taking a piss, I was combing my fucking beard. But that's back when he was taking a piss. That was like 10 minutes ago.
His internet must be slow. He said he's 60. He said he's 63. He's probably still got that fucking dial up.
Yeah. Scott, fuck
I'm just messing with you, Gordon. We love having you on the channel, brother.
Yeah, Scott, I agree. Dayton, I hate Ohio. I hate Dayton. They're all fucking idiots. I hate everybody in this fucking state, in this city. I hate this fucking state.
I tell you what, from driving from Michigan, we left Michigan and got into Ohio at the border, or the state line. I guess it ain't a border, state line. All of a sudden, the roads got better. They got 4 wide everywhere. But we kind of cut off. When we got into Ohio, we kind of cut off to the west. And it was like 2-lane country roads. But then we got down towards, what was that, Cincinnati or some shit?
Yeah.
Like coming out of Michigan, you're running into Cincinnati or
Cincinnati is the furthest point south before you get to Kentucky.
Oh, so that ain't, well, what's the first one when you're coming off of Michigan, the main one?
Columbus or Cleveland,
yeah, Columbus,
and then Columbus.
That's what it is. Yep, Columbus. And then we got on that. Fuck, it was like 6 lanes wide down that expressway, dude. I'm like, holy fuck.
But it all depends on what time you get to that part of the highway.
We got around 5:30, 6 o'clock. By the time we got down to the hotel there by SRC Garage or SRC, fuck, it was late. We didn't didn't go over there till the next morning. But we stayed in Hebron at the hotel. We had Chinese. I did a video on it. It was a good time. But they were still at Digger Die, so they didn't make it back in time to actually get to talk to Billy and Bill. But I got some parts off them. You guys know that.
Yeah. Chris, Ohio, if you think flat farmland is beautiful, cool. I think it's beautiful too. It's just straight across land. I'm not saying that the state doesn't have beautiful spots. I'm just saying like the state in general. Like, I don't know if you was here earlier when I said this. It was a joke, kind of serious, but 24 astronauts came from Ohio. What is it about this state that people want to leave the fucking world? You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit that I'm saying. Like, Ohio sucks. It's like,
yes, it is. That's a long state to drive through.
If you can think of what a representation of a state would be with a color, you would think of gray. Dingy, dirty gray. There's nothing exciting about it. It's just fucking gray. That's Ohio. Look at that.
Hello. How y'all doing? You think Dad should give me a call?
You think what?
Roll.
You moved it. It's glitching out.
The fuck? The internet fucks up so they turn the computer.
What the fuck?
Doing it again? Yeah, it's whoa! Oh, that glass Trevor's thingboat hit the ground. No, my fucking neighbors probably freaked the fuck out. I started this car up with open headers right now. Oh, excuse me.
You can do better.
But I guess I've been here 2 years. I can start. I break them in with music all the time. That would be the beer talking. Let's fire it up. Do a whole shot out of the garage. 12:30 in the morning.
12:20.
That's the older. The older would have did it.
12:20. It's not 12:30.
What are you gonna do on my own property? Not a goddamn thing. You can't call my landlord because I am the landlord. But I have a close neighbor, man. I mean, we got a little over an acre of land here, but I still got to respect my neighbors, man. The economy was tight during that COVID.
Yeah, neighbor's going to love that blazer.
They come over and talk to me when I get ready to go racing and loading it on the trailer. They wish me luck, and I gave them a heads up last time. I said, hey, it was like 7 o'clock in the morning we were leaving. And I walked over there, and I told them, I said, you guys hear my car start up at 7 in the morning and being loud, I'm just loading it up, and we're going racing. Oh, well, good luck. You didn't have to say that, but, thank you. Just being considerate. Well, yeah, that Blazer is going to have a whole different tune than that small block. 4-inch header collectors coming out. Oh, yeah, she's fender wall headers at that. Or fender exit headers. She's going to be loud. And compression. And the overlap.
Fire. There's going to be
loud for sure.
I can't wait to drive it.
Do you think actually that because me and Jenny were talking, and I said, probably the first pass, I'm going to get out there, put it on the trans brake, put it to the fucking floor, and let off that button. I'm probably going to fucking scare myself, let off fuck up the first pass. So, I don't know. I'll drive it. I'm not scared. I drove everything else, but I don't think I've ever drove anything that's going to be as bad as that motherfucker.
You going to learn today.
Huh?
You going to learn today. Just get in it and do it. You're going to learn it today.
And as long as it goes straight.
Scott said Jenny's a bad influence. You're not allowed to talk to her anymore.
Let off the button and hold the fuck on. I'm telling you, I know if that thing don't run in the high eights right off the trailer, I'm going to be pissed. I'm just throwing that out there. Nah. We're going to tune them out. It already did all that, Bill. We're not going to let her do it again. She's going to fucking squat and move forward or separate. I'm probably going to put it a little under 100, to tell you the truth. Anti-squat. So it's going to squat a little bit with slicks and try it. Then I can always adjust it from there. But we'll see. I know I can't wait. Especially if, the race car shit's gone out of the El Camino. I ain't going to have nothing to have fun with. I'll be doing cruising around videos in the El Camino. Just cruising.
You mean Monte Carlo?
Instead of drag racing, just cruising.
You mean the Monte Carlo?
Well, ain't that considered a slick? It's a Hoosier, but it's got tread down the center of it. It ain't a radial. I call them non-radial. I call all bias basically slicks. You got a wrinkle wall, sidewall. But that's a DOT tire, I guess you could say. It's got the grooves down the center of it, and the wear bars, the wear holes. So, what do you call it? I call it a slick because it's a wrinkle wall. If I let the tube out, it'd be on the rim. There is no sidewall. So I want squat. Not much. I'm gonna have it just under 100% is where I want it. I'm just worried about the track placement. I want to make sure that fucking chassis is square to start off. I mean, if we have to adjust it after, but if it's square, it should lift up and go straight if it does do a wheelie and not yank it to the fucking wall or whatever. That's the only thing I'm worried about. That ain't a radial. I guarantee you that ain't a radial. If it's a DOT, it's a radial. Okay, I didn't read that before I just said the last comment. All right, let me go look. I'm not doubting you. I'll show you the tread design too. But if that fucker's a radial with that sidewall, where the fuck do things go? Oh, we're on the fucking very top. I get my light. Doesn't have an hour in it. I don't think. Let me get my light before I talk any more shit that I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me go to this side. What's the chance of them both being in the fender wall? Oh my fucking God, you're not gonna believe that shit. They're both in the fender wall. 29-1450-15 LT. LT at the end. It's a Hoosier QuickTime Pro. That's what it is. Hoosier QuickTime Pro. Oh, just the lines down the fucking tread make it a DOT tire? Radial, I always thought was in, radial belted tire, like in the sidewall and the tread area. That ain't a fucking radial. Or it would say R15. I don't fucking know. I'm confused now. Thank you guys. You awake, Terrence?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm absolutely good.
Where's the fam tonight? Radio.
They were out of the house.
Huh?
The kids are staying the night elsewhere.
Where's the missus?
I do believe out of the living room.
Oh. Okay, Scott, I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I always thought the fucking wrinkle wall, take tube type as bias ply. So it still has a radial on it then. A Hoosier QuickTime Pro, 29-1450 x 15 LT. The fuck's that stand for? Light tread? So you want over 100% anti-squat. Them shocks ain't gonna fucking work for that, I tell you that. She's already at pretty much full adjustment with them coil springs jacked up. I can't wait to do it, set it on the ground too, and put the front clip on it. And the next video you guys will see will probably be Me doing the heads, getting the front clip on it, and then it'll be sitting outside, like Terrence said, and do a nice walk around of it. I might even rinse it off. It ain't that dusty though.
Okay, you can't see the difference in the coloration between the fucking tinted windows and the body panel on the side of the damn truck. I'm wrong though. That's cool.
No, you're fucking not. It's dustier than a motherfucker. I could probably go draw a big dick on the back window, but I'm not gonna on my own truck.
I was gonna say you should fucking give it a fucking mushroom stamp. Just
You know what? You know what? All right, I got something for your asses. It's gonna be backwards in this video, though, ain't it? Let's see if I start from here and go. Oh, maybe not.
you know that's gonna be etched into your glass. Don't do that. That's gonna be etched into your glass.
It's a drag truck. I ain't gonna be fucking worried about my back glass. As long as it
All
don't
right.
pop out.
I'm just saying.
Huh?
I can't see it.
Oh.
What's it say? Eat a dick.
It says for sale. For sale, for sale, for sale. This is how deep the dust is.
It's resale red.
It ain't that dusty. Oh.
It's that
You
vegan
get a
spray
bath
paint.
You don't take a bath for 2 years and see what your fucking ass looks like.
I haven't taken a bath in like 7 years.
I like baths.
I don't have a big enough bath. If I
Hot fucking bubble bath.
now
Like
see
some jacuzzi.
what I'll do is I'm fine with taking a shower and then jumping into a hot tub. But as far as taking a bath, I don't like the feeling of being able to sit in my own filth. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're
I have
that
to
fucking
be-
dirty, you don't need to take a bath. You take a shower. You get
I'm
in there
always
when
that
you have
dirty.
bath. Like
I'm
tonight,
always that.
I wouldn't take
I'm
a
always
bath
that
like
dirty.
tonight.
I'm always that dirty.
I wake up in the morning, back in the
I'm
old
always
days,
doing
probably. I ain't even gonna be that guy. Bubble bath, Epsom salt.
See what I mean about?
I woke up in the morning though, on the couch or the floor or wherever, with hands and probably face, everything that looks this bad. Oh, look at Grady. Look at Grady. Oh, look at fucking Bill. I was a tire man for 15 fucking years. Did you put LT in there too, Grady? The 29, 14, 50, 15 LT Hoosier QuickTime Pro. I'm sure you did. Hoosier QuickTime Pro or QuickTime Pro is biased. That fucking sidewall bends over. But on Scott's behalf, how do they do a DOT tire with a bias ply? You wouldn't think that's legal. Maybe I should look on the sidewall and say, because it says for not or like drag race use only, not for highway use. They'll have that stamping on that tire. Why are they a shit tire, Grady? Wait, then you switch to radials, what you're saying? I know radials are supposed to be quicker. Because you can run more, you ain't got to worry about the tire rolling over itself. You can run more air pressure. I run these Mickey Thompson ET Streets. on the El Camino at 20 pounds. Oh, they're not a shit tire? I know it takes you, time you see me ask the question, and maybe I need to not ask 3 questions in one question.
3 questions at 1 question. That makes sense.
Yes. And then I would know what he was talking about, right? But since I asked 3 questions and basically the 1 question, so I said, is it a shit tire? And then I was like, well, did you run it? Cut him off. Radio's like air pressure. I had buddies telling me, oh, run them fuckers down at 12 on them. I'm like, no. I want them, if it spins at 20, I'll drop them down to 18. I'll drop them 2 until it hooks. And it likes, at 1180, it likes 20 pounds. We're still here. We got the Blazer all done finally. Everything's all tightened up. Good to go.
She ain't done. But the agenda for today is done.
It's another New Year's Eve over here, Cam. For us old guys that don't go out to the bars and parties, we just hang out on the internet.
On the intro waves.
I just can't see. I don't drink enough to go out and spend $100, $150 at a bar on like 8, 10 beers and a couple margaritas. You know what I mean?
I don't do it either.
I mean, if Johnny wanted to go out to the bar, we would. Like I said, my buddies were jamming live tonight at a bar, but it was in Saginaw. Jenny's got to open up in the morning, so she's got to be up at, we'll be up at 3 again and starting our day. I get up with her, we do coffee, we bullshit. She leaves the house at 4:30, and so I get up at 3 every fucking day that she works days. She had yesterday off, so that was cool. But it'll be all right. I know, man. Fucking Tuesday's coming. It's got me all worried. Stop by, Scott. Fuck, if you're going to Saginaw, you're 10 minutes away. Stop by and check it out. Let me know what you think, man.
Hey, Herb, turn the camera a little bit.
Towards what?
Towards the Blazer. There you go. There you go. Yep. I can't wait to see that thing with the front end on and sitting on its own.
Next video, you'll see it.
That motherfucker look right.
I think it's still low in the ass end, but
yeah, a little bit. But you also can't make.
I think the front's a little bit high end. Why can't I just drop the front down a little lower?
That's what I'm saying. Like you don't make a correct assumption of what's going on until you get the front down too, because
I always thought that like when I started looking at this deal, I was like, okay, I need to bring the ass end up. Well, now I'm thinking, now that I looked at it more and got in depth and deep, I had my hands all up in this shit. So I pretty much know the truck. So why can't I just measure like half travel, like half compressed at the right height that I want? So that's going to give you an overall length on the coilover. But I want to bring the front down. I mean, I like the way how the rim is looking in the wheel wall. Actually, a little lower in the back. I mean, a lot of guys run it to where their wheel wall radius is right at the top of the wheel. You can't see the slick, but you can see just the top of the wheel. So, I mean, we're above that by a couple inches, and that's probably what I got out of them coilovers. But I don't want it that low because you can't even load the damn thing on the trailer without it dragging ass. But even in the front, the oil pan is tucked up in the chassis. It's not hanging down. The rack ain't hanging down. So if it did do a wheelie and come down, it ain't gonna smash that shit. It's gonna bottom out on the fucking chassis shit. I'm not saying steering shit, but at least the oil pan won't get smashed. I don't know. I'm still putting my faith in the guy that built the fucking thing. He says, trailer? What the fuck? This is a drag truck, man. I'm not driving. Well, yeah, I guess you'd call that a trailer queen. If there's like a big event, like a car show or something that we always go to and hang out, I would trailer, unload it, and then hang out, and then, but how are you gonna be able to drive that fucker on the street
legally?
Well, all the wiring's still there for the headlights, tail lights, or not the headlights, but the tail light. All the wiring harness is still all there. So I just got to tie into that. Do my relay and put it on the rocker switch. All right, cool. See, somebody already knows shit. Oh yeah, Bill, that's awesome. I know. I took some plates. Well, let me know if you're still here before I say all this shit. I'll show you. I know you said you had to go check the oil or something, or had to. But these were on the inside of the door of that my wood stove that I just got. And look at the size of them fucking holes. Well, I couldn't get the regulation right. Either it was too hot or too cold, but I took a Sharpie and marked the dial so I know how many exact turns it's out. And man, I took them plates off there. Man, this thing's been rocking all day. It's been hot in here. And I haven't went through shit for wood, so figuring it out. But yeah, she's rocking. That's cool. And I can get a cord of wood for $20.
6 hours and 2 minutes.
Huh?
6 hours and 3 minutes.
Yeah, I know. That's
Boy.
sad. You get tired, just let me know, brother.
That's a long time.
Hell yeah. Good time, though.
No complaints.
Ugh. Well, at least I know in my mind that I'm happy with the brake setup. I know it ain't gonna fall apart.
Well, Scott,
Been grind.
when I got my Monte Carlo, it didn't have a headliner, so I can't even say yes to that. I don't have one for it. There's not one in the car now.
Headliners, dashboards. Want to see my dashboard? I got a headliner though. Let me see here. I'm gonna show them my headliner. I'm gonna flip it over here to the big screen for a second. Whoop. See my headliner right there with the handle on it? That's the only headliner that's left in here. Damn, it even looks dusty in here. But it ain't. That ain't dust. Oh shit. Losing her. But yeah, that's the only headliner. There's my dashboard way up there. It's got one. Just ain't got fur on it. Let me get Terrence back here.
He says, I'm going to throw up. Where's the headliner? Dude, my ZR2 don't have it.
It's there. You still got your old shit handles? I'm still mad about remove my sub box from the cage. Oh, you still run a stereo too, Grady? God damn. That's impressive. Pro charge fucking small block Chevy. For the win. Still jams all going down the fucking track. That's fucking awesome. It's a Blazer, Gordon. S10 Blazer. Same thing. But not the same thing.
Completely different, but automatically opposite.
Same. I would say same chassis, but no, that ain't the same chassis as that. That is no longer an S10 chassis.
The wheelbase doesn't match anything besides the Blazer.
Oh. So I wouldn't fit that class.
Nope.
El Camino would, but people say, oh, I'd keep fucking building on that too and making it faster. And people like seeing them old muscle cars at the track, but man, I don't want to twist the fucker up. But that fits streetcar class. Hell yeah. Box nose Chevy. He's going to build a new box for around his roll cage is what he's going to do. That way he's got that thump. He must love rock and roll too. Hey, that's not offensive.
Everybody's got their opinion.
I mean, if you went into that build saying that I want a street car, yeah. I mean, there's nothing street car about that truck no more. Ain't no sense of sugarcoating shit. It's a fucking tube chassis vehicle. Ain't nothing stock about it. Not the firewall, not the fucking nothing. It's got factory location suspension up front. It's still got that upper and lower control arms. Piece of frame there that everything bolts to. So is that considered stock front suspension with frame rails? Because it's got a frame rail there too. It's got a VIN tag. Yes, sir. It's got the VIN right on the fucking dash. The lip of the windshield that wraps around where the new dash came in, the VIN tag's still there. They overlapped it. And then Oh, it would take plates and insurance. Yeah, it's got a VIN code. Will the cops like it with a big 4-inch fucking fender wall headers or fender exit headers? And but all steel, all glass, VIN tag, steel roofing corridors, like JJ the boss says. That fits street car all day long in my eyes. Besides the fucking, they could fit a fucking tubbed out big tire. But I don't know. Like I said, it's just a project, dude. You could probably street drive it for a little bit. Like I said, I'm not going radical. It's going to be like a probably 11-1 is what I'm thinking the compression is going to come out with the heads getting decked or what they have been decked, because usually a stock big block Chevy, your combustion chamber is anywhere from 121 to 119. These are 116. So I think they already been cleaned up to make it, flat again. Some people call it deck. Some people call it getting it squared up. But it's 116 on that, and with the pistons that are in there, I think it's going to be around 11-1 with a 20,000 steel shim head gasket. Oh, there we go. If it's got bolted windows, it's not a street car. I can go roll this one up and down right now. I don't know what this is a motherfucking. What do you think? What's a good animal name for that? Like, it's not chassis wise, it's not street legal, but why wouldn't it be though, right? As long as you have the right tires on it. But all steel, all glass, VIN tag, can be plated and insured. Roll up windows. Factory wheelbase. Not stretched, not altered wheelbase. Factory wheelbase. And headlights, taillights, blinkers. I got, all that shit can be wired in with relays and on a rocker.
You see, Hot Rod's got to go.
Hey, Bill, did you get everything taken care over your way? See, I'm right behind this MMCG thing. I'm hiding. You guys still there? Are you still there? Can you see that, Terrence? Is that MMCG thing on your side too?
Yeah.
So you can see me peeking up at you right now?
Yep.
Spin the camera, he says. So now I got to sit way over here. I'm going to not look like a douchebag and be hiding. You guys don't like my truck? Really? I like it. It might be fun. Glad to hear it, buddy. I'd drive that Blazer on the street, Grady said. Probably safer than most vehicles out there. To tell you the truth. In crash situations. It's got a cooling system. It's all in the front clip still. It's got a big aluminum radiator, dual electric fans, steel fenders, steel hood, headlights, ground effects with the lights in the ground effects still. All that and all the wires sticking out of everything. I just got to rewire it to I was going to buy one of them ARC. They're called ARC. They're an ARC switch panel. It's basically a rocker switch panel that comes and lights up different colors and it can give you up to like 7 to 9 circuits. So, you can put your blinkers on one, put a flasher in the system where some people say, well, put a tractor blinker on there, bolt right to the steering column, and you got a blinker. I think I'd rather have it up here on a rocker switch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just for the blinkers, you'd probably have to put a flasher in, to get it to blink instead of just turning it on and off, on and off. Now, I've researched them. That's what I want. They're expensive, but that's what I'm getting for that. So I can put my tail lights on, taillights and running lights on one, headlights on a different one. I'm pretty good with 12-volt wiring. I'm not tooting my own horn. I actually did a video not too long ago on how to wire in a trans brake interrupter with a 2-step using relays. And I got I think it was like 6 point something K views on it. And no negative shit, really. I believe in relays. This fucker's got relay. When I bought this car, it didn't have no fusible links, no relays, they had wire nuts and black tape holding the electrical system. I'm surprised this car hasn't burned to the ground. I stripped everything out of it and rewired the whole car basically. But it ain't perfect, but it works. Headlights, brake lights, tail lights, high beams, blinkers. Wipers even still work if I can get them to clear that hood. How did I know how? Through a cruise control switch or something stupid like that? Not saying it's stupid, but I heard there's a lot of shit you can, instead of going buying these expensive switches, cruise control switches work, high beam switches work. I'm going to wire that myself. I'm going to get one of them little, what the fuck are they? Some little itty bitty batteries that they got on Summit, the Exxon or whatever the fuck they are. I'm going to mount it right towards the passenger seat area, back behind the cage, build its own box back there, and then run the wires off of that to a junction panel. That'll have my fuse block in it, and then from there out to the circuits. Starter can go right through. That way I'm not running it all the way to the back. Fucking battery only weighs like 6 pounds or something. Shit in one hand and wish in the other and see which one fills up first. I can't believe there's still fucking
8 people.
Yeah, Gordon is in here. Infamous Nova said he's back at 12:50. 8 minutes ago, we didn't say hi to him. Missed him. Mr. Infamous Nova, if you're still in here, sorry I missed that. Welcome back, brother.
Same here. Same here. Sorry, man. I kind of dozed off.
Yeah, it's getting late. Like I said, Jenny's got to get up at 3:30. I usually get up at 3, get the coffee going. She gets up at 3:30, but fuck, we're almost going on 6.5 hours. I think we did it pretty good tonight. We'll do it again next week on Saturday. Like I said, now it's wintertime, and until I get a project going that I can actually do some decent content on, I'm just going to go back to doing live feeds on Saturday, I guess.
With me.
But with that, I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye. And we're going to cut her off here, guys. It's 1 o'clock exactly. Had a great time. Thanks for stopping by and watching me figure out the old Blazer. Thank you, Terrence, for getting everybody questions answered and checked out. And hope to do it again soon. And till then, everybody take care and have a good day. Have a good day. That sounds stupid. Till next time, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. All right, guys. We'll check you guys later. Been
See
real.
ya. Have a good one.
You too.